Chapter 1388. Boom, boom, boom. The burning field and the green lotus sword field were both level 9 domains. The moment the two clashed, a huge sound was produced, as if two worlds were colliding. Yi Qin frowned. He realized that the part of the green lotus sword field that was in contact with the burning field was gradually burning up. Ashes rose into the air, dancing in the air. After thinking for a while, Yi Qin could not help but feel relieved. Although they were both level 9 domains, there were still differences in strength. Compared to the burning field, the green lotus sword field was still a bit immature. It would be impossible for him to completely resist it. 100 breaths, 500 breaths, 15 minutes. Very soon, Yi Qin had endured 15 minutes. What made his expression change was that his green lotus sword field had burned up more than half. He estimated that in another 15 minutes, the green lotus sword field would be completely burned up. Yi Qin estimated that the opponent's burning field was at least in the middle stage of the 9th level, or even the late stage. Boss, it seems like we really have a chance to leave the Desolate God secret territory and return to Lord Desolate God's side. Little Four thought. The third brother was a human-shaped rabbit with a face full of smiles. Seeing him, Yi Qin felt his mood lighten up a lot. In a trance, he felt like he had arrived at a fragrant grassland. The sky was clear, and white clouds were floating in the sky. A gentle breeze blew past, and the green grass bent down, forming a soft ripple. Everything was so beautiful. What a scary influence! But the next moment, Yi Qin immediately woke up. At this moment, in his eyes, the humanoid rabbit old 3 had suddenly become countless times more dangerous. This kind of powerful warrior who could affect your mind without even noticing was a nightmare. You would not know when you would fall for it. The unknown was always the scariest. The power that was on the surface would only make people afraid. Not bad. You can actually wake up in 2 hours. The third brother nodded with a smile. What? Yi Qin felt that only a moment had passed. How did it become 2 hours? Don't be surprised. If your heart force can reach the perfect level, you can also do this. The third brother explained. Hearing this, Yi Qin nodded inwardly. Indeed, reaching the highest level in any aspect would result in unimaginable power. For example, reaching the 9th level of sword intent, the 9th level of sword domain, or breaking through to legendary level. Of course, in comparison, reaching the perfect level of heart force was even scarier. This did not mean that the perfect level of heart force was stronger than the 9th level sword intent or sword domain, but it was mainly because the perfect level of heart force could make people fall for it unknowingly. My test is very simple. If you can wake up in 10 breaths, then you will pass. 10 breaths. Of course, if his Yuan Shen could break through to the silver intermediate level, he would be able to shorten the time needed. After all, the Yuan Shen was the foundation of a person. If the Yuan Shen was strong, it would be strong in every aspect. After all, the Yuan Shen could not be born out of thin air. It was something that was derived from the Yuan Shen. The third brother's test was 32 years. Yi Qin had to reach the late stage of heart force. Of course, if his Yuan Shen could break through to the intermediate silver level, it would shorten the time. After all, the Yuan Shen was the foundation of a person. The Yuan Shen was equivalent to the heart force. The stronger the Yuan Shen, the stronger the Yuan Shen, the stronger the heart force. However, it could make the heart force more resistant to external influences. Speaking of which, the threat of being wiped out had actually helped him the most. Without it, he would not have improved so much. Imagine if there were 2 people with the same comprehensive ability and one was living a comfortable life while the other was living under the threat of death. Who would improve the most? Of course, the threat of elimination was the greatest help to Yi Qin. Without the threat of elimination, Yi Qin would not have improved so much. Imagine 2 people with the same talent, one living a comfortable life, and the other living in the threat of death. Who would improve more? I have to pass the third brother's test. I have stayed in the desolate god's secret realm for hundreds of millions of years. Although there were many people like him who came to the third brother's place, only 10% of them succeeded. When it came to the second brother, they all died. I have to pass third bro and second bro's test. I've been in the desolate god's secret realm for hundreds of millions of years. In these hundreds of millions of years, although there were many people like him who made it to third bro's place, only 10% of them succeeded. When it came to second bro's place, they were all wiped out. I have stayed here long enough. The desolate god's place is my future harbor. In the mist, the human-shaped rabbit who was chewing on the golden carrot shouted in his heart. The heart force was vague and intangible. It was an invisible power, a power that transcended the natural world. It was the only power that was not limited by the heavenly Tao. The heart power of a sword artist was still different from normal people. If a normal person's heart power was gentle and unpredictable, then the heart power of a sword artist would be sharp and condensed. Yi Chen was sure that if his heart power reached completion, he would not be able to do what his third brother had done. But, on the other hand, the things that a sword artist's heart power could do were things that a normal person's heart power would not be able to do, such as directly shattering the enemy's spirit and fighting spirit. Destroying a person's spirit was more terrifying than confusing a person's spirit. If a person's spirit was destroyed, he would be like a walking corpse. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 25 years. In the blink of an eye, 25 years had passed. Yi Chen's heart force was still at the peak of the middle stage, unable to advance. This made Yi Chen a little anxious for the first time. However, the consequence of being anxious was that it would be harder for him to make a breakthrough. After all, once he was anxious, his heart would be in chaos. Once his heart was in chaos, how could he concentrate his heart force and make a breakthrough to the late stage? 28 years, 30 years, 31 years. There was only 1 year left from the 32 years. Sigh. The third brother sighed. For hundreds of millions of years, too many people had failed here. In fact, he also hoped that these people could pass, but he could not go easy on them. The boss would make adjustments according to the strength of the people who came, such as suppressing most of their strength or testing them in certain aspects. The boss was also restricted by the rules of the secret realm and could not cheat, although they were created by Lord Desolate God, and their lifespans were extremely long, to the point that even a supreme being could not imagine. They still had feelings and wishes, and the wish of the 8 brothers was to leave the Desolate God's secret realm. After they left, Lord Desolate God would send a new desolate spirit to replace them. There was only 1 month left. Yi Chen's heart was filled with unwillingness. He was calm and indifferent, but he was not a god. He had some weaknesses. No one was willing to die, and he was no exception. The last week, Yi Chen's eyes were scarlet red. His entire body was filled with unstable heart force. At this moment, Yi Chen was in a very dangerous situation. His heart force was very mysterious and dangerous at the same time. If he couldn't control it, he could easily trigger a heart demon. He might go crazy and die, or die from exhaustion of his heart force. He might even fall into a heart demon world and become a walking corpse. The last day, Yi Chen's hair instantly turned white. His essence, qi, and spirit had completely disappeared. It was as if he had become a corpse. The third brother exclaimed softly. He couldn't help but look at Yi Chen. At this moment, his heart force couldn't even sense Yi Chen's existence. It was as if this person had disappeared, condensing a point of heart force. Very soon, the third brother saw through the mystery. It turned out that Yi Chen had condensed his heart force into a small point, wanting to make a final eruption. Even if this method succeeded, it would harm his vitality. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to do such a thing. Chapter 1389. Yi Chen could no longer feel his own existence. It was as if he had truly died. There were no flickers of thoughts, no ripples of life. Heart force was actually the materialization of intelligence. Without heart force, intelligence would be lost. Therefore, focusing one's heart force on a single point was a very dangerous thing. It was very easy to turn one's fake death into real death. If one lost their intelligence, it was no different from being dead. In a muddle-headed world of darkness without a trace of light, a weak speck of light floated about. Who am I? What am I doing? Within the weak speck of light, a strand of thought appeared. Where is this? So strange, why am I here? The thought became more and more intense, causing the speck of light to become unstable. It was sometimes dim and sometimes bright. I am Yi-Chin. Suddenly, a firm voice rang out. The speck of light suddenly exploded, turning into a sun that radiated boundless light. Boom! Yi-Chin woke up, and the spirit in his eyes was unprecedentedly intense. Meanwhile, his heart power had reached the next level, breaking through the limit and reaching the late stage. However, Yi-Chen's hair didn't change back. It was still white like snow. Focusing one's heart force and then exploding it was very damaging to one's essence chi. The essence chi of a supreme being wasn't genuine, it was the source. It was very hard to replenish. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 10,000 years to recover. Of course, that was under the situation of not using any treasures and slowly recovering. If there were rare treasures, it could shorten the time by 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. With his origin damaged, Yi-Chan felt that his foundation had dropped by more than 70%. His martial Dao Yuan Shen was dim and cryptic, no longer as silver as before. But now, Yi-Chen's heart force was unimaginably strong. Overall, his strength didn't decrease, but instead increased explosively. Good, very good. Old 3 laughed heartily. He originally thought that the other party had already broken down. But who would have thought that the other party had pushed himself to the brink of death, forcing him into a hopeless situation? Either he succeeded or he perished. It was all up to him. 1 in 10,000. Finally, one has appeared. The humanoid rabbit munching on the golden radish was so excited that he was about to go crazy. Not only was his talent high, but he was also ruthless to himself. Such a genius was definitely 1 in 10,000. There was not even 1 in 10,000 geniuses. When his heart force reached the late stage, Yi-Chen discovered that there was a faint blue glow on his third brother's body. Colored heart force? Yi-Chen's heart thumped. According to the records, there was another realm after the great circle of heart force, and this realm was the light of the soul. From the looks of it, OL3 was just 1 step away from condensing the light of the soul. It was said that everyone's light of the soul was different. It reflected a person's true heart. If a seemingly kind person's light of the soul was dark, then it meant that they had a dark heart to begin with. Once they walked the path of darkness, they would become unprecedentedly powerful. Of course, it was still too early to talk about light of the soul. It was extremely difficult for demigods to condense light of the soul, and once they succeeded, they could easily wipe out other demigods. Are you ready? Old San said to Yi-Chin. Ready. Yi-Chen's heart force was formless and colorless, but it was abnormally condensed, just like a sharp sword. However, in the next moment, Yi-Chen's eyes became dazed. Very soon, Yi-Chin woke up, and he couldn't help but look at Old San. He himself didn't know how long he had been bewitched. Old San smiled. 7 breaths. Congratulations. Success. Yi-Chin heaved a sigh of relief. Today was the last day. If he didn't succeed, then he would be obliterated, and no one would be spared. Second brother's trial was the most difficult, but I believe that you can pass it. Old San was full of confidence in Yi-Chin. Most importantly, he saw Yi-Chen's determination, the determination to throw himself into the jaws of death and survive. People with such determination would usually be able to escape from desperate straits. Thank you for your auspicious words. Yi Chen's heart was both apprehensive and excited. At this stage, he could no longer have any other thoughts. If he succeeded, he would live. If he failed, he would die. My name is Mo. The second-ranked human rabbit walked out of the mist. He was the first to tell Yi Chen his name. Mo opened his right hand, and a square space appeared. This is my space maze. There are a total of 108,000 square spaces inside, and none of them have an exit. You need to find a weak spot and break it. Remember, the space inside can move. When you can walk out, that is when you pass. Of course, if you don't come out in 64 years, then you don't need to come out. Space maze. Yi Chen couldn't help but look at the space in Mo's hand. So mysterious. Yi Chen found that he couldn't see through this space. Could Mo have grasped the space law? Yi Chen pursed his lips. His space profound had reached completion. Since he couldn't see through the space, it was obvious that Mo had grasped the space law. Fortunately, Mo's foundation was the same as his, so the space law shouldn't be too solid. There was still some hope. Let's begin. Mo waved his hand, and the square space fell down. It quickly grew until it was 10 square meters wide. Creak, a door opened. Yi Chen didn't hesitate and stepped into the space. In an instant, the door behind him closed. The weak spot found it. In the square space, Yi Chen quickly found the unstable spot. Pulling out the heaven sword, Yi Chen slashed open a thick sword mark, and his body flashed in. One space after another, a completely sealed environment. Yi Chen finally understood the difficulty of this stage. Not only did it test one's talent and comprehension in space, it also tested one's willpower. No matter how strong one's heart was, there would be a moment of collapse. Think about it. If you were placed in a narrow space to find a way out, you would have to enter countless narrow spaces. This kind of endless, almost hopeless life could easily drive one crazy. Mo had said that the space inside was moving. 108,000 spaces were constantly moving. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Soon a year had passed, and Yi Chen had broken through 10,000 spaces. Just as he was about to break through the space wall in front of him, suddenly, Yi Chen turned his head to the side. That was also the weak spot of the space. Each space has more than one weak spot. Yi Chen's expression was a little ugly. Finding the weak spot required time. In the past, Yi Chen had always found a weak spot and directly broke through it without thinking about anything else. Now, it seemed that this method was wrong. This space had a total of 5 weak spots, and Yi Chen didn't know which one to choose. Whatever, I'll choose the weakest spot. Yi Chen made up his mind and slashed open the weakest spot. Chapter 1390. Second brother, what do you think of this kid? The human-shaped rabbit, who was gnawing on a golden radish, walked over. Mo thought for a while and said, I think highly of him. Although his talent and comprehension aren't the best in the past hundreds of millions of years, he is actually the best overall. Sometimes talent and comprehension can't even compare to determination. I saw it clearly when he was trying to break through the third brother's level. After taking a bite of the golden radish, the humanoid rabbit nodded. I think so too. He has a will and determination that he won't give up even if he dies. Over the past hundreds of millions of years, about 100 people have reached third brother's place, but only 10 have succeeded. These 10 people have spent around 20 years, with the longest being 26 years. The other 90 people have failed mainly because they couldn't withstand the pressure of death and their hearts were in chaos. Yeah, this kid's mind was also in a mess before. Fortunately, at the last moment, he borrowed the pressure of death and forcefully condensed his heart power into a single point. If he couldn't condense his heart power into a single point, or if he didn't have enough will to live, he would have died. Now, let's see if he can get out of your space maze. In 30 years, Yi Chen had broken through a total of 110,000 spaces, but he only had half of the time left. In the remaining 33 years, I can continue to break through hundreds of thousands of spaces, but can I find the exit? Yi Chen reflected. Rather than wasting time blindly looking for an exit, I might as well take a gamble. The laws were something only powerful demigods could comprehend. Yi Chen didn't expect himself to comprehend the space laws in 33 years, but he only needed to find a trace of the rules of the space laws, such as a way to leave the space maze. Everything in the world had its own rules, but the primal chaos had abandoned all rules and order. Eliminating all distracting thoughts, Yi Chen sat down and quietly observed the space in front of him. His soul power and heart power carefully scanned again and again. What the soul power saw were lines, densely packed and omnipresent, while what the heart power saw were inexplicable runes. Both had their own uses and complemented each other. 10 years passed. Huh! Yi Chen suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He saw a chain made of lines and symbols. This chain was rooted in the space he was in, and he didn't know where the other end was. Along the chain, Yi Chen's soul power and heart power spread out. Soon, Yi Chen saw another space through the chains, a space that was exactly the same as the one he was in. Could it be that this chain has pierced through 108,000 spaces? Yi Chen thought of a possibility. In his opinion, this possibility was most likely his only hope of leaving the space maze. Another 10 years passed. Through the chains, Yi Chen saw 68,000 spaces. He discovered that every once in a while, the chains would move. Correspondingly, the spaces that were pierced by the chains would also move. If he followed the original method, he might not be able to leave the space maze for the rest of his life unless he could grasp the laws of space and break through the space maze in one fell swoop. 72,000, 75,000, 81,000. 5 years passed, and there were only 8 years left. However, on this day, Yi Chen saw the space barrier of the space maze through the 81,000 space. As long as he could break that space barrier, he would be able to leave this place. And the 81,000 space was actually only 300 spaces away from the space he was in. The main reason was that the chains were twisting around like snakes, not in a straight line. Without further ado, Yi Chen broke through space after space, rushing over. However, rushing over required time. He had to break through the weak points of space, passing through space after space. Yi Chen had only rushed 1/10 of the way, and all the spaces had moved, messing up Yi Chen's plan. No rush. Yi Chen tried his best to regain his composure and continued to search for shortcuts. This was like playing with a Rubik's Cube. It required patience and the ability to calculate. Experiment after experiment, failure after failure. Yi Chen felt that every moment was torture. He was only 10 spaces away from the space maze's outer wall, but he still failed on the verge of success. If it was someone else, they would have vomited blood and died from anger. It had to be known that the 64-year deadline was getting closer and closer. 62nd year. AI. Yi Chen sighed. His luck was really good this time. He was only 3 spaces away from the space maze's outer wall, just 1 step away. If only he could be a little faster. In fact, unknowingly, Yi Chen's speed of breaking through space was getting faster and faster. The Nether Saint Eye played a crucial role. The Nether Saint Eye contained the will of hell, allowing it to see through space and time. Finding the weak points of space was much easier than using soul force and heart force. After using it countless times, unknowingly the Nether Saint Eye was slowly growing. 63rd year passed. Yi Chen regretted that he was just a little bit away. Due to his nervousness, Yi Chen did not feel any changes in his eyes. Originally, the Nether Saint Eye had a circle of gold around its pupil, with 2 vortexes in the shape of a twin star, slowly rotating. But now, the twin star vortexes had disappeared, turning into a golden vortex. Let's try again. Yi Chen was very unwilling. Soon he found a route. This route had more than 400 spaces. His eyes focused on the weak points of the space. What? Yi Chen was surprised to find that he had found the weak points of the space. In his eyes, the weak points were like black dots on a piece of white paper, clearly visible and very eye-catching. So the Nether Saint Eye has evolved. In that case, let's see if I can see through the entire space maze. The original Nether Saint Eye was unable to see through the entire space maze because this space maze contained the space law. The Nether Saint Eye's level was not high enough, so it could only rely on soul force and heart force to follow the space law to observe each space. I saw through it. Yi Chen's voice was trembling. The Nether Saint Eye operated to the limit, and transparent spaces appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. Even the space law chains were no exception. Gradually, Yi Chen's vision passed through the outer wall of the space maze, and he saw 2 human-shaped rabbits on the outside. The human-shaped rabbit that was gnawing on the golden radish looked at Yi Chen, and his eyes collided with Yi Chen's. Second brother, he succeeded. His voice was also trembling. After so many years, he was finally leaving this place. Although the other party's method was very cheap, so what? As long as they could pass through, it was fine. He wished that he could lower the difficulty and let these people pass through easily. Unfortunately, he could not do that. He also did not dare to disobey the desolate god's order, as a true god was omniscient to a certain extent. After a quarter of an hour, Yi Chen came out from the square space maze. Chapter 1391. After 64 years, Yi Chen seemed to have gone through all the vicissitudes of life. He felt indescribably tired, mainly because he had consumed too much of his soul force and heart force. I succeeded. Yi Chen looked at the 2 humanoid rabbits. Throwing away the golden radish in his hand, the humanoid rabbit smiled. Good, very good. In hundreds of millions of years, you are the first person to pass the test. Speaking of which, us 8 brothers should thank you. Without you, who knows how long it would have taken us to leave the desolate, God's secret realm. Perhaps we would have stayed here for hundreds of millions of years. You want to leave the desolate, God's secret realm? How? Yi Chen himself had to leave eventually. Of course. That would be after dealing with Empyrean Sea Fiend. As if seeing through Yi Chen's thoughts, the humanoid rabbit said, You are an outsider, so your method of leaving is different from ours. In the desolate God's secret realm, there is an ancient transmission array. Through this ancient transmission array, you can leave the desolate God continent. This method is only useful for you outsiders. People of the desolate race are rejected by the ancient transmission array. Later, I will draw a map of the desolate God secret realm for you. Many thanks. After solving the problem of leaving, Yi Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want to stay in the desolate God continent forever. In the fog, the other 6 humanoid rabbits also walked out, each with a smile on their face. Even little 8, who wanted to kill Yi Chen, was very happy. For this, he specially apologized to Yi Chen. At that time, he didn't think that Yi Chen could pass all the tests, so he killed him. Now he regretted it. If he had killed him, everything would have been rewritten. What surprised Yi Chen the most was the change in Sky Splitter. Sky Splitter's level had risen from elementary legend to peak legend. That terrifying fierce beast aura made even Yi Chen secretly praise it. Even the peak legend fierce beast that chased him before was only SO. The leading humanoid rabbit was called Rabbit Saint. He smiled. The desolate God's secret realm doesn't have many things, but there are many fierce beasts. Of course, nurturing him to peak legend fierce beast is my limit. It won't be easy to become a quasi-holy beast. Devouring fierce beast flesh won't work. He can only rely on himself to evolve. A quasi-holy beast was a bottleneck. Once it became a quasi-holy beast, it would not be too difficult to become a holy beast. With the accumulation of time, it would become a holy beast one day. Sky Splitter which had become a peak legend, rank dire beast, was incomparably huge. It was more than 10 meters tall and nearly 30 meters long. Its 4 limbs were like a small mountain, emitting a powerful pressure. Of course, Yi Chen would always be his master. Seeing Yi Chen, Heaven Splitter ran over and rubbed his huge head against Yi Chen, playing around with all his might. Rubbing Heaven Splitter's head, Yi Chen felt that this was truly a great opportunity. Even though it was accompanied by great danger and he had almost been killed, Yi Chen felt that this was truly a great opportunity. By the way, I've prepared a big gift for you. I hope you'll like it. The rabbit saint waved her right hand, and the dense fog at the side dissipated. What appeared in front of them was a simple and unadorned palace. The palace's doors creaked open, and when Yi Chen saw what was inside the palace, her eyes narrowed involuntarily. So many supreme treasures and saint treasures. The palace was not very big, and it was filled with supreme treasures and sacred treasures. Intense lights interweaved together, shining thousands of times brighter than the sun. If it were not for the fact that the doors of the palace were closed, this light would not have been hidden by the fog. The things inside belong to the people who were killed over the past hundreds of millions of years. They are useless to us, so I'll give them to you. The rabbit saint said generously. Give them all to me. Yi Chen was a little stunned. Of course. In the rabbit saint's eyes, these things were nothing. Is there anything you need me to do, Senior? Yi Chen was a little flattered to accept such a big gift for no reason. You have already helped us greatly. Without you, we would have to stay in the desolate god's secret realm for countless years. Compared to this, these things that are useless to us are nothing. In the end, Yi Chen accepted this big gift. Among this big gift, the most precious were the supreme treasures and the sacred sword, because only these 2 things could improve his immortal sword physique. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take to improve his immortal sword physique to level 13 or 14. After Yi Chen put away all the supreme treasures and saint treasures in the palace, the rabbit saint had already created a map of the desolate god's secret realm. Here, the rabbit saint tossed the map to Yi Chen. All right, we're leaving. The rabbit saint glanced at the valley where the fog had dissipated, and a hint of reluctance appeared in her eyes. Although she had wanted to leave this place countless times, she was still a little reluctant to leave. Yi Chen, see you again. The rabbit saint crushed a token in her hand. In the next moment, endless desolate god laws and desolate god willpower came over, forming a cocoon of light that enveloped the 8 brothers. Whoosh! The cocoon of light broke through the void and disappeared without a trace. Thank you, Yi Chen thought to himself. After counting the supreme treasures and saint treasures, Yi Chen inhaled sharply again. This big gift from the rabbit saint was really too big. After counting, there were more than 3,000 saint treasures. There were sabers, spears, swords, staffs, armors, inner armors, and more than 90% of them were earth saint treasures. There were more than 3,000 of them, and there were only a dozen or so sky saint treasures. It was clear how rare sky saint treasures were. In hundreds of millions of years, there were only a dozen or so. There were even more supreme treasures, more than 10,000 of them. There was not a single level 1 supreme treasures among them, and all of them were level 3 and above. Of course, Yi Chen valued the supreme treasures and the sacred swords more. There were 820 supreme treasures and 311 sacred swords. Among them, there were 310 earth saint treasures and only 1 sky saint treasures. Moreover, it was not a 1-star sky saint treasure, but a 3-star sky saint treasure. It was more than 100 times stronger than the 9-star earth saint treasure, Heaven Sword in his hand. Just by holding it in his hand, Yi Chen could feel the vast sword chi about to surge out and destroy everything in front of him. This sacred sword was called the Firmament Sword. This sword will be my trump card in the future. With the firmament sword, Yi Chen's strength would soar again. However, he still planned to use the heaven sword normally. After all, the heaven sword had been with him for a long time. With his current strength, he probably did not need the firmament sword. The heaven sword was enough. There were a total of 13 sky saint treasures. Other than the firmament sword, there were 8 offensive sacred treasures and 4 defensive sacred treasures. The best defensive sacred treasure was also a 3-star sky saint treasure called the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor. There was the firmament sword for his weapon and the Black Tortoise Sacred Armor for his armor. For the first time, Yi Chen had a feeling that it was unreal. These things came too easily. However, on the other hand, if someone else passed the test, they would also get this big gift. It was just that Yi Chen was luckier and became the first person to eat crabs. With so many supreme treasures, it should be enough to push my immortal sword body to the 14th level. Yi Chen was not in a hurry to leave the desolate god secret territory. He planned to improve his immortal sword body. After all, although there was no one in the desolate god continent who could threaten him, there were still many unknown dangers in the desolate god secret territory. He would not naively think that he was already invincible in the desolate god secret territory. Not to mention other things, there were demigod-level beasts in the desolate god secret territory, which were also sacred beasts. Chapter 1392. Every level of the immortal sword body was harder to reach. From the 10th to the 11th level, one needed to absorb the essence of one supreme sword. From the 11th to the 12th level, one needed to absorb the essence of 10 supreme swords. From the 12th to the 13th level, one needed to absorb the essence of at least 100 rank 1 or 2 supreme swords. If it wasn't for this great gift, Yi Chen wouldn't have been able to reach the 13th level, let alone the 14th. All the supreme swords I have here are rank 3 or above. I wonder how many sword essences I need to absorb to level up? Getting rid of distracting thoughts, Yi Chen started to cultivate the immortal sword body. Sky Splitter was guarding not far away. If any fierce beasts attacked, it would tear them apart at all costs. Clang! The ground was filled with supreme swords. When Yi Chen activated the immortal sword body, the 20 rank 3 supreme swords closest to Yi Chen started to tremble. In the next moment, 20 sword phantoms flew out and entered Yi Chen's body. Visible to the naked eye, Yi Chen's body had an additional sword pattern, increasing from 12 to 13 sword patterns. The 13th level is done. Yi Chen spat out a mouthful of sharp impure air. This was the impure air contained within the sword essences. The higher the level of the immortal sword body, the more demanding its appetite would be. What used to be a part of the essence might not be the essence anymore. The 13th level of the immortal sword body was enough to block an attack from a mid-level legendary sovereign, but it wasn't enough. As his strength increased by leaps and bounds, Yi Chen's sights were set higher and higher. The immortal sword body continued to operate, and one sword phantom after another entered Yi Chen's body. 50, 100, 200. After absorbing the essence of 200 rank 3 supreme swords, Yi Chen's immortal sword body reached the 14th level, and another sword pattern appeared on his body. What a powerful feeling! After reaching the 14th level of the immortal sword body, Yi Chen felt that his every move was filled with boundless power. It should be known that the physical strength of the majority of legendary supremes was already very good if they could withstand the attacks of super supremes. But Yi Chen could withstand the attacks of high-level legendary supremes, even without the protection of a sacred artifact armor. Once his body's defense was strong, he would be able to wear down enemies who were on par with him to death. At any rate, even if the other party was wearing a sacred artifact armor, they would not be able to completely block off the attacks. Otherwise, they would still receive some damage from the shockwaves. As time went on, they would be incapable of enduring it. Let's see what the limit is. Yi Chen was very clear that his immortal sword body couldn't be improved endlessly. He could only improve it now because he had a sufficient foundation. Once his foundation was exhausted, it would be useless no matter how many supreme, treasured swords he had. He wouldn't be able to absorb them. 100, 200. Very quickly, the third-grade sovereign swords were all used up. What was left were fourth-grade and fifth-grade sovereign swords. There were fewer fifth-grade sovereign swords, only about 30 of them. After absorbing the essence of more than 200 rank 3 supreme swords and 300 rank 4 supreme swords, Yi Chen's body shook, and a new sword pattern appeared on Yi Chen's body. The 15th level of the immortal sword body. When he created the immortal sword body, he had never thought that he would have such an achievement today. At that time, he only wanted to create a sword body that could strengthen his defense. But who would have thought that he would accidentally create a strange sword body art like the immortal sword body? Judging from the conditions, the immortal sword body was obviously inferior to the 9 transformation golden body. After all, the conditions were too harsh. How could there be so many supreme sword essences for one to absorb? Moreover, the higher the level, the more terrifying the supreme sword essences would be. It was simply a fantasy. However, in the long run, the immortal sword body surpassed the 9 transformation golden body by many levels. The 9 transformation golden body was the limit of the 9 transformation golden body, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate. In comparison, the immortal sword body was much easier to cultivate. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to have the immortal sword intent. Otherwise, it would be useless. The 15th level of the immortal sword body was enough to resist a peak legendary supremacy's attack. Coupled with the black tortoise sacred armor, Yi Chen estimated that even a demigod wouldn't be able to hurt him. As for whether the weakest demigod could hurt him, Yi Chen wasn't sure. Up until now, he still didn't know how strong and terrifying a demigod was. Even so, Yi Chen was still very confident in the immortal sword body. In his opinion, he still needed to be careful even if he was strong. If 2 enemies of similar strength surrounded him, he would have to escape. However, with such a strong defense, he wouldn't need to be afraid of 10 enemies of similar strength. He could just kill them until they were afraid. The 15th level is the limit. Next, Yi Chen planned to break through the immortal sword body, but he failed. The 15th level was his limit unless the immortal sword intent could break through to the 9th level. Heaven Splitter, let's go back. Standing up, Yi Chen jumped onto Heaven Splitter's back and patted him. Hearing this, Heaven Splitter lowered his body. The next moment, his hind legs exerted force, and his huge body shot out like a sharp arrow. His speed was much faster than before. The desolate god's secret domain was extremely vast, and there were many treasures here. However, these treasures were usually guarded by fierce beasts. Before coming here, Yi Chen didn't have any extravagant hopes. He only wanted to survive. But now that his strength had increased, he had many ideas. My origin is damaged, and my cultivation is less than 30% of my usual strength. I need to find some treasures to recover. His recovery was too slow, and Yi Chen didn't have that much time to waste on it. A few days later, Yi Chen found a small tree with 3 fist-sized fruits growing on it. They were red, yellow, and blue respectively. This was the famous legendary spirit fruit, the tricolored fruit. The red fruit could replenish the essence and blood, the yellow one could replenish the genuine, and the blue one could replenish the soul. Together, they were the essence, chi, and spirit sources. The fierce beast guarding the tricolored fruit was no match for Heaven Splitter, so it was quickly chased away. After swallowing the 3 spirit fruits, Yi Chen felt that his origin had recovered to about 50%. His martial Dao Yuan spirit gradually brightened, no longer as dim as before. Fortunately, this was the desolate god continent, the desolate god secret domain. If it was in the outside world, a legendary spirit fruit, like the tricolored fruit, could only be found in books. Of course, It should also be found in the heavenly river. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the desolate God-secret domain. Since more than 100 years had passed, he wasn't in a hurry to leave for another year or so. It was unknown whether Yi Chen's luck was good or bad. But when Yi Chen's origin had recovered to 70%, Yi Chen encountered the baboon fierce beast Tifula. Roar! Without waiting for his master to make the first move, Heaven Splitter rushed forward. Now that he was a peak legendary fierce beast, he didn't fear Tifula like before. In a situation where the difference in strength wasn't too big, the Star Bear Dog King would never shy away from a battle. The two gigantic beasts tore at each other rapidly, their roars rising and falling like thunder. Woo-woo! It was obvious that Heaven Splitter wasn't Tifula's match. He was sent flying by the other party's claw, and blood splattered. After all, even the peak legendary fierce beast, the gold-eating beast, would tremble when it encountered Tifula. Heaven Splitter's strength seemed to be slightly weaker than the gold-eating beast. It only dared to fight because its master was backing it up. We meet again! Yi Chen's figure flashed and blocked Tifula, who was about to rush forward to tear Heaven Splitter apart. Tifula didn't take Yi Chen seriously at all and slapped him with its claw. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. Yi Chen was unscathed, but the powerful force made him slide hundreds of meters away, leaving a deep mark on the ground. What a powerful force! Yi Chen was surprised. This Tifula wasn't an ordinary peak legendary fierce beast, but one of the top legendary fierce beasts in the history of the desolate God continent. Although the gold-eating beast was strong, it could only be ranked in the top 20 in the history of the desolate God continent. Compared to Tifula, it was a far cry. Take my destruction sword attack as well. Yi Chen jumped up and took out his heaven sword. The sword light stabbed out violently. Pooh! Tifula couldn't dodge in time, and blood appeared on its chest. Its defense had been pierced through by the destruction sword. Right now, Yi Chen didn't even have a clear idea of what level his power had reached. Not to mention other things. After more than 100 years, with the 3 peak rank 8 sword spirits resonating, his sword intent alone had increased by more than 100 times. Of course, this little wound was probably not much different from being stared at by a mosquito for Tifula. Tifula was furious, and his eyes were getting redder and redder. Before, when he fought with Sky Splitter and slapped Yi Chen, they were just casual attacks. He didn't think that he needed to use his full power. The enraged Chiefu La displayed all of his strength as he charged toward Yi Chen with a brutal aura. Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless. His green lotus sword realm suddenly exploded, covering Tifula. At the same time, Yi Chen performed his most powerful sword movement, the heavy sword movement, and slashed toward Tifula. Boom! Tifula and Yi Chen were blown away at the same time. No wonder it is one of the top legendary fierce beasts in the history of the desolate God continent. Yi Chen praised in his mind. He had already tried his best, but his power was only on par with Tifula's. Chapter 1393. Rumble. The battle was still going on. Within a radius of thousands of miles, sand and stones were flying everywhere. The man and the beast were moving at a very fast speed. From time to time, they would collide with each other. Every time they collided, it would be like an earthquake, and shock waves would radiate in all directions. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, Tifula let out a strange cry and suddenly spat out a bloody light from its mouth. This bloody light was its trump card, and it would not be used easily. For a peak legendary fierce beast with an extremely strong defense like the gold-eating beast, as long as it was sprayed by the bloody light, it would not be able to withstand it. Wherever it was sprayed, that place would be melted. The thick sword light flew towards the blood-red light. With a puff sound, half of the blood-red light was cut off, and the remaining half was still rushing towards Yi Chen. However, Yi Chen was already prepared for this. He used the third move of the 5-element sword art, the defensive sword style, The sword light protected him completely. Although the blood-red light was ferocious, it was quickly weakened by the layers of sword light. Just as Yi Chen was about to launch a fierce counterattack, a beam of black and white light shot over from afar. This beam of light was extremely fast, as if it could pierce through the void. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen was in a situation where he had already used up all his previous strength, but had yet to recover, so he had no time to dodge or resist. He was hit by the beam of black and white light, and his entire body was sent flying. Finally, he sank deep into a mountain. The ground trembled as a huge creature rushed over. It looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, but it had two heads, a dragon's head and a snake's head. It was one of the most powerful legendary beasts in the history of the wild's god continent, the Gemini Tyrannosaurus. Roar! Hiss! The two heads of the Gemini Tyrannosaurus produced different sounds. One was the roar of a dragon, while the other was the sound of a snake sticking out its tongue. One was hard, while the other was soft. It was extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Sky Splitter was a little restless. They were both pinnacle legendary fierce beasts, but it was still a far cry from Tifla's Gemini Tyrannosaurus. As a newly advanced pinnacle legendary fierce beast, it had some strength, but its foundation hadn't stabilized yet. It couldn't compare to Tifla's tyrannical ferocity, let alone the Gemini Tyrannosaurus aura. Boom! Rubble flew everywhere as Yi Chen dashed out from inside the mountain. Gemini Tyrannosaurus. Yi Chen noticed the Gemini Tyrannosaurus immediately. If it had been in the past, Yi Chen would have run as far as he could when he encountered Tifla and the Gemini Tyrannosaurus in the past. As for whether he could escape or not, that was another matter. However, the wheel of fortune changed. This time, he should not be the one running away. I advise you, too, not to provoke me. Yi Chen was unscathed as he spoke to Tifla and Gemini Tyrannosaurus. Roar! Roar! Hiss! Both of them were peerless, vicious beasts. So how could they listen to Yi Chen's words? One on the left and one on the right, they charged at Yi Chen, as if they would not stop until they tore Yi Chen into 1,000 pieces. You asked for it. Sheathing the heavenly sword, Yi Chen took out a simple and unadorned long sword. Clang! As the sword was unsheathed, a vast and boundless sword chi swept out, and the high ground within a radius of several hundred miles was instantly cut down. Scram! As if swatting flies, Yi Chen swept his sword toward Tifla and the Gemini Tyrannosaurus. Blood splattered, and the two peerless legendary vicious beasts were sent flying. Under the 3-star divine weapon, the firmament sword, they were so powerful that they could not withstand a single blow. You two go, I don't want to kill you. Given some time, Yi Chen had the chance to kill the two, but it was meaningless for him. Sky Splitter had already advanced to the peak of legendary vicious beast, and could not rely on devouring vicious beast flesh to evolve. Moreover, even if he wanted to devour vicious beast flesh, he would at least have to devour the flesh of quasi-holy beasts. With Yi Chen's strength, there was no way for him to challenge quasi-holy beasts. Of course, with the Xian Wu sacred armor and the firmament sword, Yi Chen was not afraid of ordinary quasi-holy beasts. Another 2 months passed, and Yi Chen found a rare origin grass. Not only did his martial path Yuan Shin recover to its original state, but it had also improved a lot. It had reached the peak of silver primary level and was only 1 step away from silver intermediate level. It's time to go out. More than 100 years had passed, and Yi Chen did not know what changes had happened to the wild's god continent. In his opinion, Sea Fiend Empyrean was not a good person, so it was necessary to go back. In the center of the wild's god continent, a giant city had appeared. The city walls were hundreds of meters tall and were iron black in color. Looking down, one could see that the entire city was divided into 2 parts, one left and one right. In the center of the left part was a black palace, and in the center of the right part was a silver-gray palace. The black palace was the Sea Fiend Palace, and the silver-gray palace was the Evil Light Palace. At a rough glance, there were at least 5 million families in the city. Based on the calculation of 3 people in each family, the city had a total population of 15 million, which was far more than the population of a rank 8 tribe. It should be known that a rank 8 tribe only had 200,000 to 500,000 families, which was less than 1.5 million people. In more than 100 years, Empyrean Sea Fiend and Empyrean Evil Light had joined forces to unify the entire Wild's God continent, creating the only 9th grade tribe, the Demon Light tribe. The Demon Light tribe was a combination of the two's titles, and 90% of the Demon Light tribe's population came from the 13 8th grade tribes. As for the 7th grade tribes, they were directly ignored. They did not plan on gathering all the desolate race people in the Demon Light tribe. It was fine as long as the 8th grade tribes fell under their control. Kong Siwei, what do you think? As long as you hand over the Red Bud Flower Battle armor, I can guarantee your daughter's safety. Sea Demon Palace, Empyrean Sea Fiend looked down at Kong Siwei. A trace of anger and disdain appeared on Kong Siwei's face. The mighty Empyrean Sea Fiend actually resorted to such underhanded methods. Don't you think it's shameless? Those who achieve great things don't bother with trifles. This is all your fault. If you don't reflect on yourself, I can't guarantee that nothing will happen to your daughter. Empyrean Sea Fiend was expressionless. Hearing this, Kong Siwei's face darkened. Among the 13 8th grade tribes, the first to join the Demon Light tribe were the other 8 great 8th grade tribes. The Red Bud Flower Battle armor and the other 4 great tribes joined later. After all, if they didn't join, they would be attacked by the other side. Although the 5 of them could barely protect themselves, the others couldn't. This was something they had no other choice. Who knew that after joining the Demon Light tribe, Empyrean Sea Fiend and Empyrean Evil Light would begin to think of ways to obtain the Heavenly Saint artifacts of the 5 great tribes. After a series of actions, besides Kong Siwei, the other 4's Heavenly Saint artifacts had all been taken away. Once they lost their Heavenly Saint artifacts, the 5 of them would be no match for Empyrean Sea Fiend and Empyrean Evil Light. Kong Siwei was the strongest among the 5 great tribe leaders. With the Red Bud Flower Battle armor, she was very domineering. She had always been unwilling to hand over the Red Bud Flower Battle armor. She knew very well that once she handed over the Red Bud Flower Battle armor, even Empyrean Sea Fiend and Empyrean Evil Light couldn't do anything to her. They simply couldn't hurt Kong Siwei through the Red Bud Flower Battle armor. After all, apart from their 9th domain, their strength was about the same as Kong Siwei's, or even slightly worse. Who would have thought that Empyrean Sea Fiend would secretly capture Kong Siwei's daughter, Kong Xueli, to threaten her? Chapter 1394. In just over 100 years, they actually managed to unify the desolate God continent and establish the only 9th level tribe, the Demon Light tribe. And besides Empyrean Sea Demon, there is also another peak legend, rank supreme, Empyrean Nefarious Light. 10,000 miles away from the Demon Light tribe, a young man riding a giant vicious beast was rushing over. After asking around, Yi Chun learned just what had happened in the desolate God continent in the last 100 years. With a sneer, Yi Chen looked towards the Demon Light tribe, thinking how ironic. The only 9th level tribe was actually destroyed by me. Something's wrong? Suddenly, Yi Chen seemed to think of something. Could it be that all of this was guided by the will of the desolate God? The desolate God continent was the world of the desolate race, and outsiders were ultimately outsiders. If one wanted to dominate the desolate God continent, it was impossible for there to be no consequences. Perhaps the will of the desolate God wanted to use him to destroy the only 9th level tribe and return the desolate God continent to its original state. As for him, being able to enter the mountain valley and accept the test, it might have been guided by the will of the desolate God. In short, the will of the desolate God covered the entire desolate God continent. It could affect the destiny of countless people. Before outsiders arrived, it would treat them all equally. But once outsiders arrived, it would favor the desolate race. What if I immediately change my mind and don't deal with Empyrean sea demon? Yi Qin couldn't help but think. It's best not to have such thoughts. A mortal cannot measure the will of a true god, nor do they need to measure it. The consequences are not something I can bear. Soon, Yi Chen dispelled this idea. He didn't want to challenge fate. Without absolute strength, wanting to defy the heavens would only result in him being abandoned by fate and becoming a pitiful worm. Soon, the demon light tribe appeared in front of him. Kong Siwei, my patience is limited. Before you leave Sea Demon Palace, you must make a decision. Do you want to hand it over or not? In truth, Empyrean Sea Demon didn't need the Bauhinia battle armor. With his current status, if he had enough time, he could create a second set of Heavenly Saint artifact armor. He just didn't want the Bauhinia battle armor to fall into the hands of others. What he needed was absolute control. Once he gave an order, no one would dare disobey. Kong Siwei was about to say something. Bang! With a loud explosion, the entire demon light tribe shook. Within the palace of Sea Demon Palace, dust began to fall down, filling the air. Who is it? Exalted, celestial, venerable sea demon was enraged. His figure flashed as he flew out of the Sea Demon Palace. At the same time, Evil Light Hall's heavenly sovereign evil light also came out. What happened? Kong Siwei followed him out with a puzzled expression. Kong Siwei, above the demon light tribe, Ing Liexiong, Yun Piao Miao, and the other two gathered from 4 different directions. After the 4 of them had their ascended saint artifacts taken away, their status was not as good as before. Fortunately, they were very sensible and did not resist too much. Otherwise, they might not even be able to see them now. It seems like someone is attacking the Demon Light tribe's array formation outside. Kong Siwei said, "Let's go out and take a look." The 5 of them were very curious, but at the same time, they also had a trace of hope. When the 5 of them arrived at the Demon Light tribe's gate, the entire gate was already crowded with people. As far as the eye could see, 10 miles away, a man and a beast were standing side by side. The beast was the king of the Space Bear Hounds. The terrifying aura emitted from its body shocked everyone. This kind of aura was clearly the aura of a peak legendary beast. There was no mistake. Beside the king of the Space Bear Hounds was a young man in blue clothes. He had 2 swords on his waist. His long black hair fluttered in the wind like ink. His eyes were like 2 beams of sword light, staring at Empyrean Hamo and Empyrean Xieguang. It's Yi Chen. Ing Liexiong was shocked. It really is him. Kong Siwei and the others also recognized this person. It's good that he didn't die, but why did he come back? A peak legend rank beast alone shouldn't be able to do anything to Empyrean Sea Demon and Empyrean Nefarious Light. Over 100 years had passed, and they all thought that Yi Qin had died long ago. They never imagined that not only had he returned unscathed, but the Star Bear King that had followed him had also evolved into a peak legend rank beast. Unfortunately, Empyrean Sea Demon and Empyrean Nefarious Light were simply too powerful. In truth, the 2 of them were about the same as the 5 of them, but their 9th layer domain was their trump card. Inside the 9th layer domain, the 5 of them couldn't even display 1% of their strength. Only Kong Siwei could resist. Yi Chen, Lan Yu, who had just arrived, cried with joy. Yi Chen's figure had already been engraved in her heart at some unknown time. The first demon commander and evil star had complicated expressions, especially the first demon commander. He longed to kill Yi Chen himself, but he didn't want others to do it for him. Yi Chen's return made him feel relieved, but at the same time, a premonition appeared in his heart. This premonition made him feel uneasy. Maybe I'm overthinking things, the first demon commander thought. Boy, you dare to come back? Empyrean Sea Demon was furious. Even the desolate god Mystic Domain couldn't stop this boy. In Empyrean Sea Demon's opinion, Yi Chen's life was simply unimaginable. Today is the day I return. Today will be the day you die. After fighting with the Tefla Gemini Tyrannosaurus, Yi Chen had a rough idea of his strength. When using the Sky Sword, his strength was about the same as Tefla's. He was a peak existence among the peak legend rank supremes, and above that would be the quasi-demigod rank. Once he used the Firmament Sword, his strength would undoubtedly reach the quasi-demigod rank. What a joke! Do you really think that you can rely on a mere pinnacle legendary ferocious beast? Empyrean Sea Demon sneered disdainfully. He didn't know what Yi Chen was relying on, but since the other party had delivered himself to his doorstep, he definitely wouldn't let him escape again. Empyrean Evilite, I will deal with this boy. You hold the line and don't give him a chance to escape. Yi Chen's space-time profound made Empyrean Sea Demon not 100% sure that he could stop him. However, with Empyrean Evilite by his side, even if the other party's space-time profound had reached perfection, he wouldn't be able to escape. No problem. Empyrean Evilite nodded. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Chen with a bit of pity. It wasn't a good thing for the demons to dominate the evil spirit race. However, this was the desolate god continent. Whether or not they could leave was still a problem. He wouldn't think too far into the future. If there was someone to blame, they could only blame themselves for coming to their doorstep and seeking death. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you insist on coming. Prepare to die, Empyrean Sea Demon shouted. A vast and mighty sea demon domain radiated outwards, instantly covering a radius of several hundred miles. Under the suppression of the sea demon domain, Skysplit felt a bit uncomfortable. His limbs trembled, and he couldn't help but roar. Compared to the burning heat domain, it's too lacking. Yi Chen reached out and grabbed a strand of the sea demon domain's water domain, shaking his head. You should also experience my 9th layer sword domain. Bang! The void trembled. An incomparably massive 5-colored lotus bloomed with Yi Chen at the center. Empyrean Sea Demon's sea demon domain was vast and mighty, like an endless wave. But under the pressure of the 5-colored lotus, the sea demon domain was forced backwards, as if it had crashed into a giant ancient mountain, breaking apart and bleeding profusely. How is this possible? Everyone cried out in alarm. Empyrean Sea Demon was the most shocked. Then he flew into a rage out of humiliation. His sea demon domain was actually not a match for Lin Ming's sword domain. This was simply a fantasy story. What he couldn't accept was that after being forced into the desolate god mystic realm, not only did Lin Ming not die, but his sword domain had also broken through to the 9th layer. Break for me. Empyrean Sea Demon's face flushed red. He pushed his sea demon domain to the limit, turning it into a monstrous wave that crashed into the 5-colored lotus. At their level, the first thing to compare was their domain. If their domain couldn't compare to their opponents, then their strength would be suppressed. Although he didn't think that Yi Chen was that strong, he didn't admit that his sea demon domain was inferior to his sword domain. A mantis blocking a chariot. Yi Chen sneered. The 5-colored lotus grew stronger and stronger, like an ancient lotus that grew in the chaos, turning everything into nourishment. As the monstrous waves rushed over, they were swatted back by the lotus leaves. The 5-colored lotus grew larger and larger, resisting the endless waves as it pressed down on Empyrean Sea Demon. A domain required energy to maintain. The Sea Demon domain's energy was Empyrean Sea Demon's demonic power, while the Green Lotus Sword domain's energy was Sword Essence, which was more suitable for the Green Lotus Sword domain. If it weren't for Lin Ming's martial Dao Yuan spirit being strong enough and his demonic power strong enough, he would have long been crushed by the Green Lotus Sword domain. The confrontation between the two domains left everyone dumbfounded, including the former leaders of the 5 tribes, Kong Siwei, and the others. They were limited by the fact that their domains weren't strong enough. Otherwise, how could Empyrean Sea Demon and Empyrean Nefarious Light suppress them? Now, seeing Yi Chen's sword domain reach the 9th layer, and even surpassing Empyrean Sea Demon domain, they couldn't help but sigh. Time was indeed the greatest change. After 100 years, a former genius had already surpassed them. Chapter 1395. Rumble. The Sea Demon domain was compressed to only a few hundred meters. The domain water was extremely turbid, and it was still roaring and struggling. Heavenly Venerable Evil Light, hurry up and help me. Heavenly Venerable Sea Demon shouted at Heavenly Venerable Evil Light. Without needing Heavenly Venerable Sea Demon's reminder, Heavenly Venerable Evil Light was already prepared to take action when he saw that the Sea Demon domain was about to be broken. With Heavenly Venerable Evil Light as the center, a thick gray light spread out. This gray light seemed to have a spirit. It was not in the shape of a bundle, but rather like a snake. The 9th domain, Evil Light domain. Kid, it's not too late to surrender now. Evil Light, Heavenly Venerable's killing intent was also aroused. Yi Chen was too powerful, and 2 powerful enemy geniuses had to be strangled ahead of time. Once the demonic race couldn't contend against the human race, the evil spirit race would be even more powerless. The 2 9th domains attacked Yi Chen's Green Lotus sword domain from the left and right. But this way, the situation became strange. It seemed as if Yi Chen was accepting their challenge. Gradually, the 3 domains reached a balance, and no one could take another step forward. We are both at the early stage of the 9th domain. My Green Lotus sword domain is stronger than the other party's domain, but it's still a bit difficult to fight 1 against 2. Raising his head, Yi Chen said in a clear voice, "You too, I wonder how my Green Lotus sword domain is." So what if your domain is strong? Have a taste of my Sea Demon Towering Seal. Heavenly Venerable Sea Demon raised his right hand and slapped toward Yi Chen. The violent palm energy was like a flood, turning into a large seal along the way. It tore apart the 5-colored lotus and smashed toward Yi Chen. If it had been the Yi Chen of the past, he would have died if he had not avoided this palm. However, things were different now. Clang! Yi Chen pulled out the heavenly sword, and he slashed the large seal apart. With the Green Lotus sword domain, the Sea Demon Towering Seal's power was not even 100%. Yi Chen could easily slash it apart. Impossible! How did your strength increase so much? Heavenly Venerable Sea Demon could not calm down anymore. It was one thing for Yi Chen's sword domain to be so powerful, but he was actually so powerful as well. This is all thanks to you. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. However, these are 2 separate matters. I've said it before, my return today will be the day you die. In terms of cultivation realm, Yi Chen was naturally inferior to Empyrean Sea Fiend. Empyrean Sea Fiend's martial Dao Yuan spirit was at least mid-silver rank, or even high silver rank, while Yi Chen was only at peak early silver rank. However, in terms of heart power, Yi Chen far surpassed his opponent. Presently, Yi Chen's heart power had already reached the advanced stage, and coupled with his ceaselessly improving sword intent, it was sufficient to offset his opponent's advantage in cultivation and even surpass him. Don't you think it's too early for you to be arrogant? Empyrean Sea Devil had a gloomy expression. His hands were covered in a layer of black light, and a powerful aura spread out from his hands. One could vaguely see that the black light was a pair of gloves. You should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use the power of a heavenly saint artifact. Watch as I break through your sword domain. It was the same Sea Devil monstrous seal, but this time Empyrean Sea Devil's power was more than 100 times stronger. Previously, he had only used a portion of the Heavenly Saint artifact's power. That portion of power had already fused into his palms, and he had yet to refine most of the remaining power. Rumble! The void trembled as a black seal smashed into the 5-colored green lotus. Before the seal arrived, the 5-colored green lotus had already begun to fester, clearly unable to withstand the power of the sea devil monster seal. A heavenly saint artifact is indeed a heavenly saint artifact. Yi Chen sighed. Not only did a heavenly saint artifact possess vast power, but the characteristics it contained had also reached a new level. For example, if the heavenly sword evolved into a heavenly saint artifact, then the power of light would reach an even higher boundary. This level of power of light would not be much weaker than pure power. The other party's heavenly saint artifact gloves clearly contained the power of darkness. This was an existence completely different from the power of light, and it had the effect of melting everything. Of course, with the defensive power of the black tortoise sacred armor, Yi Chen could completely ignore the other party's attack. However, he didn't plan on exposing the black tortoise sacred armor. There was no need to use the black tortoise sacred armor to deal with the other party. The heavenly sword was sheathed and the firmament sword was unsheathed. Grasping the firmament sword, Yi Chen slashed out, and an incomparably thick sword light slashed towards the black seal. Pooh! The black seal collapsed, and the thick sword light instantly tore through the sea devil domain, shooting towards Empyrean Sea Devil. The probing had ended, and it was time to kill. Not good. Empyrean Evil Light was shocked. A curved saber appeared in his hand, and a gray saber light intercepted the thick sword light. Everything was out of his control. Not only was Yi Chen's strength powerful to an incredible degree, but he also had a Heaven Saint artifact in his hand. Originally, he had planned on watching the show and seeing how Empyrean Sea Devil would kill Yi Chen. But now that he was watching the show, Empyrean Sea Devil would die without a doubt. The other party's Heaven Saint artifact seemed to be more than just a 1-star Heaven Saint artifact. That sword technique was also extraordinary and had reached a very terrifying realm. Dang! The gray saber light was directly bounced off, but the thick sword light also deviated from its trajectory, brushing past half of Empyrean Sea Devil's body. Blood evaporated, and Empyrean Sea Devil lost a third of his body. The Earth Saint artifact armor on his body couldn't block this sword force at all. Ah! Empyrean Sea Devil screamed. Yi Chen's sword had even cut off a third of his martial arts Yuan spirit, leaving only 60 to 70% of his origin. Whether it was an Earth Saint artifact or a Heaven Saint artifact, when the enemy was directly injured, their origin would be damaged. For example, Earth Demon Venerable had once used the Bloodlust Spear to injure Golden Buddha Supreme's origin, causing him to spend hundreds of years to finally recover. Yin Yang Wuji. Since his sword didn't kill Empyrean Sea Devil, Yi Chen used the Yin Yang sword technique's third move, Yin Yang Wuji. In an instant, the fish-like black and white sword chi shot out, its speed even faster than the heavy sword technique. Those with poor eyesight couldn't even see the sword chi. Since Empyrean Sea Devil was injured, Empyrean Evil Light naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. He used a saber technique to block the black and white sword chi, but a strange scene occurred. The black and white sword chi seemed to have a spiritual nature and continuously avoided his saber attack. Empyrean Evil Light was slightly careless, and the black and white sword chi flashed past and rushed towards Empyrean Sea Devil. Empyrean Sea Devil's injuries weren't light, but he still had combat strength. His palms, wrapped in black light, turned into phantoms that fought with the black and white sword chi. Evil Star, let's go! On the city wall, the first demon Venerable suddenly soared into the sky and flew into the distance, abandoning Empyrean Sea Devil and Empyrean Evil Light. First demon Venerable, you, Evil Star, looked at the battlefield and then at the distant first demon Venerable. He shook his head and turned to follow the first demon Venerable. Before leaving, he stared at Yi Chen in shock. This was too terrifying. In just over 100 years, he had far surpassed everyone. No wonder the first demon venerable said that Empyrean Sea Devil had ruined his momentum. If Empyrean Sea Devil hadn't forced Yi Qin into a desperate situation, Yi Qin most likely wouldn't have such strength. Mortals really couldn't guess what was going on. The first demon venerable, an evil star, left so suddenly that no one could react. On the battlefield, Yi Chen secretly nodded. The other party had left very decisively. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded dealing with Empyrean Sea Devil and Empyrean Evil Light after he dealt with them. But now there was no need to do so. He would kill Empyrean Sea Devil and Empyrean Evil Light first. Leaving them alive was a disaster. It's all over. Kong, Si Wei breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. It feels like a dream. Ying Liexiong and the others looked at each other and sighed. I told you there was nothing to worry about. History has proven that anyone from the outside who wants to unify the wilderness god continent will never have a good ending. The Battle Pagoda tribe's leader Tai Ten drank a mouthful of liquor and said indifferently, Kill! The range of the Green Lotus sword domain shrank and superimposed with his protective sword energy. Yi Chen gripped the firmament sword and attacked Empyrean Sea Devil and Empyrean Evil Light. Empyrean Evil Light was shocked and slashed at Yi Chen several hundred times. Ding ding dang dang. A scene that made him want to die happened. The saber light landed on Yi Chen's body and was actually bounced off. Yi Chen wasn't injured at all. With a puff, the firmament sword flashed and Empyrean Evil Light's body was split into two. In close combat, an Earth Saint artifact armor absolutely couldn't block the destruction of a Heaven Saint artifact. Empyrean Evil Light was directly hit, and even his martial path Yuan Shen was killed. Finally, Yi Chen stared at Empyrean Sea Devil, who was fighting like a cornered beast. I didn't expect that Empyrean Sea Devil, who has dominated the universe for so many years, would actually be killed by a junior. What a joke. But if you want me to die, you must pay the price. Explode. As he spoke, Empyrean Sea Devil's body crazily expanded. Boom! Empyrean Sea Devil's body was smashed to pieces. A destructive shock wave surged out, mixed with the heart force, profound mysteries, domain, and so on that Empyrean Sea Devil had erupted before his death. The power of this explosion far surpassed his peak, reaching the quasi-demigod level. Yi Chen's eyes were cold as he allowed the shock wave to hit his body, causing ripples to appear. Chapter 1396. After dealing with Heavenly Venerate Sea Fiend and Heavenly Venerate Evil Light, Yi Chen returned the Sky Saint artifacts that belonged to Ying Liexiong and the others, and kept the rest for himself. The two were very wealthy. They had 2 Sky Saint artifacts, a pair of gloves, a scimitar, and dozens of Earth Saint artifacts, all of which were above 6 stars. In addition, the two had collected a shocking amount of divine stones. Heavenly Venerate Sea Fiend had collected a total of 32 divine stones, and Heavenly Venerate Evil Light had collected 28 divine stones. Who knew how much they had gained in the Wild's God continent? Unfortunately, every star of a Sky Saint artifact required not 1 divine stone, but 10 divine stones, and the failure rate was very high. Yi Chen did not dare to experiment with the Firmament Sword and the Xuanwu Sacred Armor. If he failed, he would have nowhere to cry. With the death of Heavenly Venerate Sea Fiend and Heavenly Venerate Evil Light, the Demonic Light tribe naturally fell apart, and the Wild's God continent returned to its original order. After spending half a year, Yi Chen comprehended the word left by the demigod and finally pushed the time ultimacy to perfection. The difference between perfection and time ultimacy was really big. Before perfection, Yi Chen felt like he was walking in mud, taking 1 step at a time. Now that the time ultimacy was at perfection, Yi Chen felt like he had become a fish swimming freely in a calm river without any obstacles. People who lived in space-time would naturally enjoy better treatment when their space-time ultimacy was at perfection. This was what Yi Qin believed. With the time ultimacy at perfection, Yi Chen's space-time sword art shone brightly again, and its power surpassed the 5 elements sword art. The third move, black hole, appeared and 9 black holes appeared. The other words are no longer useful to me. It's time to leave. The book of martial arts left by the demigod was very useful to Yi Chen in the past, but now it had little use. After all, it was already amazing for the things left by the demigod to have 1 or 2% of their essence. It was impossible for them to integrate all of their essence into the book of martial arts. Not to mention whether he could do it. Even if he could, he would probably be too lazy to do it because it was too troublesome. Some things could not be reflected by words alone, and this was not a complete inheritance. You're leaving. Lan Yu fell silent after learning that Yi Chen was leaving. Yi Chen nodded. It's been several hundred years since we entered the Wild's God continent. It's time to go back. All good things must come to an end. Yeah, hundreds of years have passed without us noticing. Lan Yu still remembered the first time she met Yi Chen. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. The scene from back then seemed to flash before her eyes. Even when it was time to leave, Yi Chen didn't return to the Eternal Tribe. He knew that with Lan Yu there, the Eternal Tribe should be very safe. Without him, it would be impossible for the Eternal Tribe to become a rank 7 or even rank 8 tribe. Rather than provoking public anger, it was better to let the Eternal Tribe develop peacefully. Several hundred years. For a moment, Yi Chen was eager to return home. Outside the barrier of the desolate god's secret realm, the 5 tribe leaders, Warbear, Kongshueli, and Lan Yu were all silently watching Yi Chen leave. What an unforgettable character. Everyone sighed inwardly. The man and beast flew to the edge of the barrier of the desolate god's secret realm. Turning around, Yi Chen cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, if fate wills it, we will meet again." Saying that, he stepped into the barrier of the desolate god's secret realm, and Sky Splitter followed closely behind. "Yi Chen, I will find you." Right at this moment, Lan Yu suddenly shouted. Yi Chen's body paused slightly, and he entered the other side. "First Demon Sovereign, how are we going to leave?" In the sky, 2 figures were flying at high speed. They were the first Demon Sovereign and Evil Star. The first Demon Sovereign said indifferently, "We will return the way we came." "Then how did you get here?" Evil Star asked curiously. Although the desolate God continent is isolated from the rest of the world, it has its own destiny. Even the desolate God continent couldn't predict that a branch of the Heavenly River would connect to the desolate God continent. Of course, it is extremely dangerous there. The desolate God's law and the Heavenly River's law would clash from time to time. There is such a place. Evil Star sucked in a breath of cold air. The desolate God continent was created by the desolate God continent, and the Heavenly River was the #1 scenery in the universe. Only the 2 would have a connection. After some thought, Evil Star realized that only the upper echelons of the demons knew about this, and they used this method to send the first Demon Sovereign in. "Sky Splitter, can you follow me back?" As they got closer to the ancient teleportation array, Yi Chen started to feel nervous. Sky Splitter was a beast of the desolate God continent, and it wasn't from the outside world. If he couldn't follow them out, Yi Chen would have to separate from them. This was something he didn't want to see. Roar! Sky Splitter let out a low roar. 3 months later, the man and beast arrived in front of an ancient teleportation array. It was a 6-pointed star teleportation array. It looked extremely old, as if it was made of simple stones. There was nothing special about it. "Let's go." Yi Chen and Sky Splitter walked into the teleportation array. Sword energy circulated, slowly pouring into the array. In the next moment, the shabby teleportation array lit up, emitting a light that could travel through space and time. Looking down, Yi Chen saw the universe. The man and beast seemed to be in a special space and time. in the gap between the desolate God continent and the universe. Swoosh! Then the teleportation array flashed and disappeared. Yi Qin and Sky Splitter also disappeared from the desolate God's secret realm. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. The first demon sovereign and evil star arrived at the edge of the desolate God continent. From here, they could see the outside world. A white river flowed from the void, forming a boundary with the edge of the desolate God continent. The heavenly river's law and the desolate God continent's law collided, bursting with chaotic lightning. Not to mention, going forward, just looking at it with the naked, I would make one tremble in fear. This chaotic lightning wasn't simple lightning. It was the destructive lightning produced by the collision of different laws, and it only existed in the primal chaos. They waited for 3 days. Now is the time. Follow me. With a swoosh, the first demon sovereign dashed out. Wait for me. Evil Star yelled out and hurriedly followed up. A few meters thick wave of the desolate God continent broke into the desolate God continent. Waves splashed everywhere, and the laws burst out, temporarily expelling the desolate God's law. It was indeed the safest time to go up. Once the desolate God's law recovered and collided with the heavenly river's law, the two wouldn't have a chance to enter the river. With a splash, the two jumped into the wave of the desolate God continent. However, the wave was still inside the desolate God continent. The moment the two jumped in, chaotic lightning surged outside, and the desolate God's law and the heavenly river's law collided again. The size of the wave of the desolate God continent was rapidly whittled away. Evil Star even felt that he and the desolate God continent were separated by only a finger's thickness of the desolate God continent. Swoosh! The wave of the desolate God continent retreated, merging into the desolate God continent tributary. That was close. Evil Star broke out in a cold sweat, fear lingering in his heart. Chapter 1397. In the starry sky, the most difficult thing to determine was one's position. Without a reference, one would have to take many wrong paths. After leaving the wilderness God continent, Yi Qin found himself and Heaven Splitter in an unfamiliar starry sky. The netherworld sacred eye operated. Through space-time, Yi Qin saw the starry sky billions of light years away. Unfortunately, it was also an unfamiliar starry sky. Yi Qin couldn't use it to find the route back to the 4 major life star fields. The starry sky wasn't boundless, but very few people could reach the edge of the cosmos. As a result, there were 2 theories. The first theory was that the starry sky was very, very big, and it was very difficult to reach the edge of the cosmos. The second theory was that the space-time at the edge of the cosmos was curved. You could clearly reach the edge of the cosmos, but you wouldn't know that you were there because you couldn't see the things outside the cosmos. Apart from that, even if you were heading in the right direction, you would never be able to leave the cosmos. Heaven Splitter, let's go! Left with no other choice, Yi Qin and Heaven Splitter could only choose a direction. Heaven Splitter's body had become incomparably huge. It was billions of miles in size, even bigger than the largest life star. Yi Qin's body had also returned to its normal height. He was 8 meters tall, 1 meter taller than the Golden Buddha Supreme. This was mainly due to the immortal sword body, which could resist the attacks of peak legend rank supremes. Heaven Splitter shrunk to 100 meters tall and 200 meters long. In other words, it was 30 meters tall and 70 to 80 meters long. Yi Qin sat on it. Heaven Splitter let out a loud roar that shook the entire starry sky. Then it flew in the direction Yi Qin pointed out. Heaven Splitter's speed couldn't be described as chasing the stars and chasing the moon. Sitting on Heaven Splitter's back, Yi Qin could see dead galaxies passing by. When passing by a galaxy shrouded in dark mist, Yi Qin suddenly patted Heaven Splitter's head. Sky Splitter stopped precisely, its front claws gently scratching at the void, creating cracks in the void. What a surging darkness aura! A trace of surprise appeared on Yi Chen's face. Galaxies were generally not small, with a diameter of at least a few thousand light years, and the bigger ones could even have a diameter of several 100,000 light years. This dark fog was able to isolate the senses, and Yi Chen's netherworld saint eye could only penetrate 1 light year before it was unable to penetrate any further, and was unable to clearly see what was inside the galaxy. Could it be a secret realm? Yi Chen frowned. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Chen was not afraid of any dangers in the galaxy. Other than demigods, he was confident that he could escape unscathed from anyone. Riding Sky Splitter, Yi Chen charged into the foggy, nameless galaxy. Woo, woo, woo. The dark mist in the galaxy was extremely dense, and it constantly changed shape as if there were billions of demons hidden within. It caused one's heart to be filled with traces of fear and hallucinations. Stretching out his hand, a large amount of dark mist gathered in Yi Chen's hand, finally shrinking into a ball of darkness. After carefully sensing it, Yi Chen muttered to himself, "The universe is truly vast. I've never seen such an aura before." As he continued forward, the dark mist became denser, and the range of Yi Chen's netherworld saint eye was only 100 billion lia. There's someone fighting. Through the netherworld saint eye, Yi Chen saw that a figure was fighting with countless black shadows tens of billion li away. Looking closely, this figure was the barbarian race's female sovereign, Supreme, 7 Moons. Her enemies were black monsters that looked like bats, and their numbers were staggering. With a sweep of the netherworld saint eye, there were at least tens of thousands of them, and new black monsters would join in from time to time. Yi Chen waved his hand, and space-time distorted. When he reappeared, he was already near Supreme, 7 Moons. Sensing the space-time ripple, Supreme 7 Moons looked back and was stunned. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Supreme Yi?" She had seen Yi Chen before when Supreme Lang held a gathering. However, she heard that Yi Chen had disappeared for hundreds of years. She didn't expect to see him here today. "Supreme 7 Moons, long time no see. What are these things?" Yi Chen smiled. "These are dark beasts, blood-sucking beasts. These things are very annoying. Unless they are completely annihilated, they will use the dark mist to revive infinitely. At first, there were more than 100,000 of them. But after 3 days and 3 nights of killing, there are still so many left. Fortunately, you came. After killing for 3 days and 3 nights, Supreme 7 Moons was already very tired. She didn't doubt that without Yi Chen, she wouldn't have been able to leave this dark star system. Who knew how many more blood-sucking beasts would be chasing after them? Most of the blood-sucking beasts had the strength of an 8th heaven sovereign, and some of the leaders had the strength of an ordinary sovereign. No wonder Supreme 7 Moons was so tired, Yi Chen thought. Too lazy to use martial arts, Yi Chen released the green lotus sword domain. Suddenly, a 5-colored lotus appeared, covering tens of thousands of blood-sucking beasts. In the next moment, these blood-sucking beasts collapsed. Supreme 7 Moons was stunned. Tens of thousands of blood-sucking beasts were dealt with by a sword domain. "Supreme Yi, what's your strength now?" Supreme 7 Moons asked curiously. Yi Chen didn't hide it. "I was lucky to become a legendary sovereign." Legendary sovereign? Supreme 7 Moons thought she was hearing things. Yi Chen was only 1,000 years old, but he had become a legendary sovereign. "Are you telling the truth?" Supreme 7 Moons didn't believe it. "What's the point of lying to you?" Yi Chen smiled. It was normal for Supreme 7 Moons to doubt him. If he hadn't entered the wilderness god continent, he wouldn't have his current strength. It was already very good for him to become a peak super sovereign. After all, sovereigns lived for more than 100,000 years. How could they improve so quickly? As expected of Supreme Yi, "I've learned a lot." After a while, Supreme 7 Moons finally accepted the fact that Yi Chen was a legendary sovereign. Many things must have happened in the universe over the past few centuries. It was Yi Chen's luck that he met Supreme 7 Moons. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take him to find a way back to the 4 major life star systems. Supreme 7 Moons sighed. In the few centuries you disappeared, the humans' black wind stream and the demons' Mora death prison opened. All the sovereigns locked and there escaped, and some legendary sovereigns appeared. Now, the highest commander of the Demons' Alliance is Demon Sage Garo, and the highest commander of our human alliance is Sword Sage White Pole. They're both demigods with earth-shattering strength. I felt that my strength was too low, so I came out to look for opportunities. Demigod. Yi Chen was shocked. He didn't expect such a big thing to happen in the past few centuries. He thought that he was strong enough. Fortunately, the human race has won. Yi Chen didn't have the confidence to fight against a demigod. Even with the black tortoise divine armor and the 15th level of the immortal sword body, he probably wouldn't be able to block a demigod's attack. By the way, I heard that a legendary sovereign of a human race is going to marry a good friend of yours next year. Her name is Yan Qingxian. She's a new sovereign. Supreme 7 Moons suddenly mentioned something related to Yi Chen. Oh, there's such a thing? Yi Chen's expression turned cold, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Supreme Yi, don't be impulsive. I believe that with your strength and status, as long as you go back, he'll give you some face. There's no need to have conflict. Supreme 7 Moons could feel the cold air coming from Yi Chen's body, so she couldn't help but remind him. In her opinion, Yi Chen was just an ordinary legendary sovereign. He couldn't fight against those old legendary sovereigns, so it wasn't a good thing to have a conflict. Chapter 1398. The number of blood-sucking beasts in the Dark Galaxy was much more than he had imagined. Every time they appeared, they would be densely packed. The highest number was 500,000, not to mention the fact that 7 Moon Sovereign was only a peak powerful supreme being. Even if she were a super supreme being, she wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous attacks of 500,000 blood-sucking beasts. After all, there were also supreme-level beasts among the blood-sucking beasts. Normally, there would be one with the strength of an ordinary supreme being among 1,000 blood-sucking beasts. Of course, when one's power reached a certain level, there would be no danger. No matter how many blood-sucking beasts there were, they would just be food for Yi Chen. Sweeping through everything in their way, Yi Chen and Supreme 7 Moons rushed out of the Dark Galaxy. This place is about 20 years away from the barbarian territory and the 4 major life star regions. I'm afraid you won't be able to make it back in time. No matter how fast Yi Chen was, he would only be a few times faster than her. He wouldn't be able to make it back in time next year. 7 Moons had to remind Yi Chen. It's fine. I'll know once I try. Ever since his space-time lore reached completion, Yi Chen had never traveled at full speed. After all, he wasn't in a hurry before. Traveling at full speed consumed a lot of sword energy. He invited 7 Moons to sit on Sky Splitter's back. Yi Chen waved his hand, and an invisible space-time power covered Sky Splitter. The next moment, the two of them became transparent. It was as if they were one with space-time. As for their speed, they traveled through endless space-time in the blink of an eye. 7 Moons' eyes widened. It was too fast. She couldn't see her surroundings at all. Every time she focused, she was already in another place. He can't be planning to make it back to the 4 major life star regions in a year, right? 7 Moons was uncertain. She didn't know how fast they were, so she couldn't judge. White Tiger Star region. Blue Sea Star, a level 9 life star. Supreme Skyhook was in a good mood. In a month, he would marry the new Supreme, Yan Qingxian. Everything went so smoothly because his power had completely recovered. True Martial Supreme, who had a divine item, couldn't compete with him and was defeated in a few moves. As for Yan Qingxian herself, she had been adamantly against it at first, which made him very angry. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, she was a supreme, and he could not force her openly. Otherwise, it would incur the wrath of the masses, and it would be hard to explain to the White Pole Sword Saint when he came out of seclusion. Although he was a legendary supreme, the White Pole Sword Saint would not kill him because of this matter, but he would definitely be imprisoned. Fortunately, there was always a way. He thought of a way. He had cultivated a secret technique that could affect people's subconscious. With his power as a legendary supreme, it was easy for him to brand the secret technique in Yen Qingshuan's Sea of Soul. As time passed, the secret technique's influence grew. 30 years ago, Yen Qingxian finally agreed, but she said that she would marry her after she came out. For Supreme Sky Hook, 30 years wasn't a long time, so he naturally agreed. Humph! That genius named Yi Qin disappeared for hundreds of years. Who knows if he's dead or not? Even if he's alive, when he comes back, Yen Qingxian will be my wife. No one has the right to say anything. White Pole Sword Saint might be dissatisfied, but I didn't force her. She agreed herself. I believe that White Pole Sword Saint won't have too much of a reaction for the big picture. After all, I'm a legendary supreme. Supreme Sky Hook was secretly proud of himself. Elder, Supreme True Marshal is here to see you. At this moment, a guard's voice came from outside the palace. Paragon Skyhook had many descendants in the 4 major life star regions, and they had formed families and sections. Now, all of these forces had gathered and lived on the Blue Sea Star. There were hundreds of millions of members, and they recognized him as their ancestor. It was like they had returned to their roots. Invite him in. Supreme Skyhook frowned. This Supreme True Marshal was really annoying. He had been visiting more and more frequently. After a while, Supreme True Marshal entered the palace. True Marshal, why are you here again? Supreme Skyhook shouted. Supreme True Marshal frowned and looked at Supreme Skyhook. Supreme Skyhook, I hope you will think twice and think about the big picture. What do you mean by think thrice before you act? What do you mean, the big picture? Supreme Skyhook didn't give Supreme True Marshal any face and scolded him. Supreme True Marshal's face turned green. I don't know what you did to make her agree, but you clearly know that her friend is a peerless genius of the human race. Are you going to destroy the peace of the human race for your own selfish desires? Sword Saint by G will punish you when he comes out. Supreme Skyhook sneered. First, you have to know that I didn't force her. Second, this has nothing to do with you. Plus, I'm a legendary supreme. Even if I have to think about the big picture, the other party has to think about the big picture. Do you think that a superior will think about the big picture because of a subordinate? What big picture? This was something that could only be used to scare the newbies. To him, he was the big picture. Since when did he have to think about the big picture? What a joke. Every time they talked, they parted on bad terms. This time was no exception. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The day of Supreme Skyhook and Yen Qingshuan's wedding had arrived. The Blue Diamond Island of Blue Sea Star was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The wedding of a supreme was different from an ordinary wedding. The extravagance was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Tens of thousands of red lanterns were everywhere, and each one was not an ordinary one. The wick was taken from the most precious part of the eternal lantern fish. Once lit, one would feel relaxed and happy, no matter how many worries one had. They would vanish like smoke in thin air. The red carpet on the ground was made from the fur of fierce beasts, extending far and wide. The dishes, wine, and fruits of the banquet were all extremely precious. Even eighth-layer life and death, heavenly kings couldn't eat them. Supreme Skyhook was a legendary sovereign, so practically all the sovereigns had come to attend the wedding, including several legendary sovereigns of the same status as him and some other miscellaneous characters. The entire Blue Diamond Island had tens of thousands of guests, divided into different regions. The deeper one went, the more distinguished one's status became. Those with lower status could only sit outside and enjoy the wedding wine. 9 Suns, heavenly sovereign has arrived. An endless stream of people arrived. Suddenly a voice rang out, and everyone couldn't help but look over. Not far away, a majestic middle-aged man walked over with a majestic gait. He was 25 meters tall, and he was another legendary sovereign of the human race, 9 Suns, heavenly sovereign. Haha, Supreme Skyhook, congratulations! 9 Suns, heavenly sovereign, cupped his fists. 9 Suns, heavenly sovereign, we've been waiting for you. Supreme Skyhook promptly went up to greet him. Among the current legendary sovereigns of the Human Alliance, 9 Suns, heavenly sovereign, was without a doubt the strongest. He was a peak legendary sovereign, and his relationship with 9 Suns, heavenly sovereign, had always been pretty good. This is just a small token of my appreciation. 9 Suns, heavenly sovereign came with a congratulatory gift, which was delivered by someone beside him. You're too polite. Supreme Skyhook's face was flushed. Chapter 1399. The 9 Suns, heavenly sovereign, is here too. Now, all the legendary supremes are here except for the barbarian tribe. The Human Alliance currently had 6 legendary supremes, one more than the Demons Alliance. However, the Human Alliance did not have the upper hand in the first battle. Instead, they were at a disadvantage. The main reason was that the legendary supremes of the Demons Alliance were all experts. They had 2 peak legendary supremes, while the Human Alliance only had 1 9 Suns, heavenly sovereign. 1 peak legendary supremes was equivalent to several high-level legendary supremes. 1 more legendary supremes could not make up for the difference. It seems that the 9 Suns, heavenly sovereign, and Supreme Skyhook have a good relationship. Even if Supreme Yi returns, he probably won't be able to affect Supreme Skyhook. Sai, what can we do? Only the White Pole Sword Sage can punish Supreme Skyhook in the entire Human Alliance. I don't think the White Pole Sword Sage will punish Supreme Skyhook severely because of this matter. After all, Supreme Skyhook is a legendary supremes. His role is irreplaceable. Supreme Skyhook is very cautious. He chose to hold the wedding when the White Pole Sword Sage is in seclusion. He acted first and reported later. Those who came to the wedding naturally did not support Supreme Skyhook. It was only because of the situation. After all, if they did not come, it would be obvious that they looked down on Supreme Skyhook. For a moment, everyone was discussing in private. Of course, everyone was communicating through the soul. Unless Supreme Skyhook deliberately targeted them, no one would be able to hear it. Outside the Cerulean Sea Star, a figure passed through the atmosphere and flew towards the Blue Diamond Island. It was the white-haired Dugaju who carried a long saber on his back. Now his aura was extremely powerful, no weaker than that of the 7 Moon Supremes. He had obviously reached the level of a peak legendary supremes. Soon, Dugaju appeared above the Blue Diamond Island. Supreme Skyhook, I advise you to cancel this wedding. Whether it was because of his friendship with Yi Chen and Yan Qingxian, or because they both came from Elysium, Dugaju wanted to stop this wedding. Little guy, do you know who you are talking to? Get down here. Paragon Skyhook's face darkened. Today was his wedding day, but someone dared to be so blind. He waved his hand, and Dugaju fell to the ground as if he was struck by lightning. Compared to a legendary paragon, Dugaju was too weak. At the side, the 9 Sun, heavenly venerate, shook his head. What was wrong with geniuses nowadays? Just because they had a bit of talent, they thought they could do whatever they wanted. Didn't they know that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak? No matter how talented they were, it would take at least tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years for them to become a legendary paragon. During this period of time, the weak had to have the awareness of the weak. Many supremes also shook their heads inwardly. It was too impulsive to cause trouble at a legendary supremacy's wedding. They were considering if they should distance themselves from Dugaju. Supremacy Skyhook wasn't a good person. Although offending him wouldn't result in death, it wouldn't be good for them. Those who were close to him would most likely be implicated. Dugu-ju, don't be impulsive. This isn't the place for you to cause trouble. We have to endure against a legendary paragon. We'll talk about it when we're strong enough. A supremacy who was on good terms with Dugu-ju secretly transmitted a message to Dugu-ju. Suddenly, his expression changed. Paragon Skyhook had inadvertently glanced at him and seemed to have eavesdropped on his conversation. Paragon Skyhook's face instantly turned pale. Humph! Supreme Skyhook snorted coldly. The formless sound wave made the supremacy even paler. He didn't dare to raise his head again. You're called Dugu-ju, right? If you leave now, you still have a chance to get my forgiveness. Otherwise, don't blame me for embarrassing you. Supreme Skyhook didn't care about Dugu-ju at all. A legendary paragon is just a shameless scoundrel. Wait for Supreme Ye's return if you dare. For some reason, whenever he was in trouble, Dugu-ju would always think of Yi-Chin. Even though he was helping Yi-Chin and Yan Qingxian this time, he also thought of Yi-Chin. As long as Yi-Chin was there, anything could be solved. Dugu-ju smiled bitterly in his heart. Looks like I won't be able to get rid of his influence in this lifetime. Fine, you're the red flower, and I'll be the green leaf. How dare you? Supreme Skyhook was enraged. He waved his hand, and a hook shadow with chains shot out and hooked onto Dugu-ju's body. Clatter, clatter. Supreme Skyhook directly hung Dugu-ju up. Blood flowed along the chains. If you weren't a supremacy of the human race, I would have ground your bones to dust. Supreme Skyhook gritted his teeth and said sinisterly, Supreme Skyhook, what are you trying to do? Outside the atmosphere, two more figures flew over. They were Supreme True Marshal and Supreme Golden Buddha. They still thought that Supreme Skyhook was playing with fire. Yi-Chen's progress was unimaginable. Once he returned after disappearing for hundreds of years, he might be able to turn the world upside down. Of course, there was another reason why they were biased towards Yi-Chen. These supremacies imprisoned in the Moro Death Prison were all ancient supremacies. They weren't from the same generation as them, so they didn't take them seriously. In the entire Human Race Alliance, the supremacies were divided into two groups. One group was made up of ancient supremacies, and the other was made up of supremacies that were born in the recent hundreds of thousands of years. Supreme True Marshal and Supreme Golden Buddha were naturally closer to the supremacies that were born a few 100,000 years ago. Supreme True Marshal and Supreme Golden Buddha were naturally closer to the supremacies that were born a few 100,000 years ago. As for Sword Saint White Pole, he was of a higher level and wouldn't be biased towards anyone. In fact, not only the Human Race Alliance, but the Demons Alliance was also facing the same situation. Although the Human Race Alliance and the Demons Alliance were at war, everyone knew that no one could do anything to the other within a short period of time. It wasn't a moment of life and death yet, so there was naturally less disharmony between the two sides. Supreme Golden Buddha was 23 meters tall, and his body was shining with golden light. He wasn't any shorter than Supreme Skyhook. He slapped at the chain, trying to break it. Supreme True Marshal also attacked the chain with the True Marshal Divine Mace. Do you really think I won't dare to do anything to you? Supreme Skyhook was completely enraged after being provoked again and again at his own wedding. Countless hook shadows shot out from his body and swept toward Supreme True Marshal and Supreme Golden Buddha. Clang, clang, clang. Supreme Golden Buddha flew back with a pale face. He could take the attack of a mid-level legendary supremacy, but Supreme Skyhook was a high-level legendary supremacy. He couldn't take it. Supreme True Marshal was the same. In fact, he was in an even worse state than Supreme Golden Buddha. In terms of defense, he wasn't as good as Supreme Golden Buddha, even with his divine armor. He could only use the True Marshal Divine Mace. Get down here. More hook shadows shot out. Supreme Skyhook wanted to take down Supreme True Marshal and Supreme Golden Buddha. He wanted to let everyone know that their era of power was over and that his authority as a legendary supremacy was inviolable. Suddenly, a transparent wave burst out. 2 people and 1 beast appeared in the sky. One of them was a young man in a blue robe. He swung his hand and the hook shadows were cut into pieces. Supreme Skyhook, your good days are over. Chapter 1400. Yi Chen. Supremacy Yi. Supremacy Yi is back. He's so strong. He destroyed Supremacy Skyhook's attack with a single palm strike. Dugu Ju, Supremacy True Marshal, Supremacy Golden Buddha, Supremacy Skyhook, and Heavenly Venerate 9 Sons were all looking at the blue-robed young man in the sky. They completely ignored Sky Splitter and Supremacy 7 Moons. It couldn't be helped. Yi Chen's appearance was like the sun. Those around him were easily overshadowed by his radiance. Heavenly Venerate 9 Sons sized up Yi Chen with interest. In recent years, he had often heard about this genius named Yi Chen. It was said that he had the strength of a high-level supremacy before he disappeared. Heavenly Venerate 9 Sons didn't believe it at first, but now it seemed that the rumors were true. Although Supremacy Skyhook hadn't used his full strength just now, and Supremacy True Marshal and Supremacy Golden Buddha weren't worthy of him using his full strength as a high-level legendary supremacy, a casual attack could seriously injure a beginner legendary supremacy. Yet, Yi Chen had destroyed his attack with a single palm strike. Heavenly Venerate 9 Sons guessed that Yi Chen's strength should be stronger than Supremacy True Marshal and Supremacy True Marshal. Supremacy True Marshal was just a slightly stronger beginner legendary supremacy. This is going to be interesting. Let's see how Supremacy Skyhook will deal with this. Heavenly Venerate Giant Spirit was a legendary supremacy of the giant race. He was even taller than Heavenly Venerate 9 Sons. Just sitting there, he was already 600 feet tall. Standing up, he was at least 800 feet tall. Supremacies of the giant race had always been tall. This was their optimal battle form. I've heard many rumors about this little guy. I've finally met him. Not far from Empyrean Giant Miracle was another giant race legend supremacy, Supremacy Ing Sha. She was a female supremacy, and even though she was sitting there, she was also 500 feet tall. However, her figure was much more slender, and her features could be considered charming. Her arms were bare, and there were 2 golden bracelets on her wrists and upper arms. The legendary paragon of the barbarian race, Paragon Blooddrinker, looked very old. Although his withered body still looked strong, it wasn't full. Around his neck hung a necklace made of white bones, and on it were the skulls of all sorts of vicious beasts. These vicious beasts had been shrunk to the size of an adult's head, and the one at the very front was the head of a vicious beast that looked like a bull's head. Its withered body exuded a thick aura of savagery, as if it were a primitive tribe that ate raw meat and drank blood. He chuckled, his eyes flashing with a frightening light. Supreme Yi, you're finally back. The moment True Marshal Supreme and Gold Buddha Supreme saw Yi Chen, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, they had shouldered too much pressure for Yi Chen. This pressure originally didn't belong to them. If it were someone else, there wouldn't be many who would dare to confront a high-rank legendary supreme like them. Supreme Yi, let's talk this out. I believe the other party will give you some face. Supreme True Marshal didn't forget to remind Yi Chen while heaving a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Yi Chen would completely fall out with Supreme Skyhook, which wouldn't be good for anyone. Most importantly, Supreme Skyhook was a high-level legendary supremacy, and although Yi Chen had broken his attack, Supreme Skyhook didn't kill him. After all, Supreme Skyhook wouldn't dare to openly kill him and Supreme Golden Buddha. Once Supreme Skyhook went all out, no matter how talented Yi Chen was, he wouldn't be able to block it. However, Supreme True Marshal had forgotten something very important. This was the wedding venue of Supreme Sky Hook, and if he compromised in front of so many people, he would become the joke of the universe. He couldn't afford to lose this face. At this moment, no one could make him lower his head except for the white pole sword saint. Dugaju, thank you. Yi Chen saw Dugaju's actions. With the netherworld's sacred eye, he could see the situation on the blue diamond island from far away. Don't forget that we're from the same place. Fortunately, you're here. Otherwise, I would have to retreat. Dugaju smiled, making a rare joke. He then glanced at Supreme Skyhook. Yi Chin, teach him a lesson. I believe that with your current strength, you won't be afraid of him. That's for sure. Yi Chin looked at Supreme Sky Hook coldly. Supreme Sky Hook tightly clenched his fists. The Zhen Yuan in his body boiled, faintly emitting a dense, silver-white radiance. After being provoked again and again, Supreme Sky Hook even had the urge to kill. Moreover, this was his wedding. This time, he had made up his mind to capture Yi Chen and the others and humiliate them to relieve the hatred in his heart. You're Yi Chen. Supreme Sky Hook's voice was deep and gloomy. That's right. If you kneel down and apologize in front of so many people, I can forgive you. Remember, you don't have a choice. My tolerance is limited. Supreme Sky Hook gave an ultimatum. I'll say the same to you. Kneel down and apologize and you'll be saved. Yi Chen's attitude had shocked everyone. It seemed like he was going to fight back. Yi Chen Sai, Supreme True Marshal and Supreme Gold Buddha, cursed inwardly. This was bad. Other than Sword Saint Bai Ji, no one else could control the situation. You're courting death. Supreme Sky Hook roared, and his Sky Hook domain suddenly erupted, covering several tens of thousands of li. Within the domain were numerous Sky Hook phantoms, condensed from domain power. Countless Sky Hook phantoms slashed at Yi Chen, emitting a biting cold aura. At the same time, Supreme Sky Hook's entire body soared into the sky, and a 2-meter-long hook appeared in his hand. The hook light flickered, and he charged at Yi Chen like a reaper from hell. Is Supreme Sky Hook going to kill Yi Chen? That's not good. If Sword Saint Bai Ji finds out, all of us will be implicated. Everyone started to worry for Yi Chen when they saw Supreme Sky Hook's stance. Yi Chen's expression didn't change at all. He was so calm that it was chilling. Supreme Sky Hook, I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you out there. You're just an ant before me. Clang! Unsheathing the heavenly sword, Yi Chen's entire body seemed to have transformed into a sun brimming with sword chi as he slashed at Supreme Sky Hook. Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, for great sword auras blasted out simultaneously. For Elephant Sword Art, for Elephant Overlord Sword. Supreme Sky Hook wasn't worthy of his full strength. To everyone's astonishment, Supreme Sky Hook's Heaven Hook domain was torn apart by the sword chi. The domineering sword chi even knocked the hook out of Supreme Sky Hook's hand and slashed at Supreme Sky Hook. Uft! Supreme Sky Hook spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying like a scarecrow. He couldn't fight back at all. Silence! It was as quiet as a pool of stagnant water. Everyone stared blankly at Yi Chen, who was floating in the sky. Their mouths were wide open. They were all scared out of their wits. An advanced legendary supremacy couldn't even block a single strike from Yi Chen. To them, this was a fantasy. Chapter 1401. Supreme Sky Hook was lying on the ground, his right hand pointing at Yi Chen. Puff! He only managed to utter a single word before spurting out another mouthful of blood. Today he had lost all his face. He had never suffered such a huge blow in his entire life. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Supreme True Marshal looked at the Golden Buddha in disbelief. The Golden Buddha smiled bitterly. Haven't he created enough miracles? This time it's a bit too much. Supreme True Marshal said. As expected, there's nothing you can't do. Duguju saw all of this. What surprised him was that he wasn't surprised at all. It was as if Yi Chen's strength was reasonable, and there was no need to be surprised. All the Supremes were shocked. Those below the Supremes level were dumbfounded. Apart from the 9 Suns Heavenly Sovereign, the other 3 legendary Supremes sighed with complicated expressions. There was shock, admiration, and a hint of jealousy and bewilderment in their eyes. Judging from the strength of Yi Chen's sword strike just now, all of them could only sigh at their own inferiority. They knew that even if they were Supreme Skyhook, they wouldn't be able to block that sword strike. Paragon Skyhook, I'll lock you up for 100 years, so you can wake up. Yi Chen didn't plan to let Supreme Skyhook go. Of course, he wouldn't kill him either. That would only cause the human race alliance to fall apart. It was unwise. As he spoke, Yi Chen's figure flickered and appeared beside Supreme Skyhook, his hand grabbing at the latter's neck. "How dare you!" Supreme Skyhook screamed. His ethereal force and domain exploded, trying to shake off Yi Chen. Yi Chen sneered, and a black hole suddenly appeared in his right palm. The black hole fiercely revolved, sucking in Supreme Skyhook's Jin Yuan and domain. After so many years, Yi Chen had long since cultivated black hole style to the level of being able to use it as he pleased. He could even use it with his palm, and it was not limited to sword arts. "Ah, Juyang, save me." Supreme Skyhook begged the Juyang Heavenly Sovereign for help. "How dare you? Yi Chen, do you still care about the human race alliance?" The Juyang Heavenly Sovereign couldn't just sit back and watch. In fact, when Yi Chen appeared beside Supreme Skyhook, the Juyang Heavenly Sovereign was already ready. He punched. His fist seemed to be condensed with thousands of suns. It was dazzling, hot, and seemed to be able to evaporate and explode everything. Supreme Martial Art, 9 Solar Fist. Yi Chen didn't expect the Juyang Heavenly Sovereign to attack so suddenly. He didn't have time to draw his sword. Bang! Yi Chen's palm energy contained a suction force that could absorb all kinds of power. On the other hand, 9 Suns Heavenly Sovereign's 9 Suns fist was invincible, constantly spewing blazing light and power. As soon as the two came into contact, a popping sound was heard. Then, they separated without any movement. In fact, with the strength of the two, a fierce battle might not destroy the Blue Sea Star, but it would at least have terrible consequences. Although the Cerulean Sea Star was a level 9 life planet, it was not that easy to destroy. However, a battle between 2 legendary Supremes would more or less cause some disasters. The previous battle had already caused tsunamis and dark clouds to cover the Cerulean Sea Star. Yi Chen, even if you are a peerless genius of the human race and a legendary supremacy, you have no right to insult another legendary supremacy. Where do you put the human race? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have the strength? The Juyang Heavenly Sovereign was surprised to see Yi Chen block his punch unscathed. Then he put on a serious face and put a big hat on Yi Chen. In his opinion, Yi Chen really didn't know what was good for him. You should say that to Supreme Skyhook. Everyone here knows what Supreme Skyhook has done. I don't need to say anything more. Yi Chen said coldly. What did Supreme Skyhook do? What proof do you have? The Juyang Heavenly Sovereign asked Yi Chen. Yes, what did I do? Yan Qingxian personally agreed to this wedding. I didn't force her at all. Even if you are her good friend, you shouldn't go against her wishes. Or should I say you like her, but she chose to marry me. You feel uncomfortable. Of course, this is just my guess. Supreme Skyhook was emboldened to see that the Juyang Heavenly Sovereign was backing him up. He questioned Yi Chen. He didn't believe that Yi Chen really wanted to fall out with the Juyang Heavenly Sovereign. Shameless. Duguju cursed under his breath. Huh. Yi Chen threw his head back and laughed. His laughter spread throughout the Blue Sea Star. Hearing this laughter, everyone was confused. But Supreme Skyhook and the Juyang Heavenly Sovereign were a little scared. Ha 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 ha, Yi Chen kept laughing. Yi Chen, what are you laughing at? The Juyong Heavenly Sovereign shouted angrily. The laughter stopped. Yi Chen said disdainfully, I'm laughing at all of you. Of course, if I was just an ordinary legendary supremacy, you might have succeeded. However, you've forgotten something. My strength is far above yours. You have no right to reason with me. 9 suns heavenly venerate. Since you're standing up for him, I'll capture you too and lock you up for 100 years. If you're not satisfied, you can all come at me. As soon as he finished his last sentence, a 5-colored green lotus suddenly appeared with him as the center. The lotus grew larger and larger, covering the entire blue sea star in an instant. The sea of blue sea star, which was originally filled with tsunamis, suddenly calmed down. Not a single wave was produced, and all the lives in the blue sea star came to a standstill. The entire world seemed to have gone silent. Impossible! The Juyong Heavenly Sovereign roared. He found that his strength had been suppressed by more than 1,000 times. He couldn't even use 1,000th of his strength. Supreme Sky Hook was even worse. He was directly pressed to the ground. High-level supremacies couldn't even resist the power of the Green Lotus Sword Domain. 9th tier Sword Domain. How is this possible? At the same time, the other legendary supremes were also astonished. As for those below legendary supremes, they didn't even have the chance to speak. In front of the 9th layer Sword Domain, they didn't have the slightest bit of battle power. If Yi Chen wanted to kill them, all he had to do was wave his hand. This was the frightening power of the 9th layer Sword Domain. When a power reached its limit, it could dominate everything. Is this his true strength? Supreme Seven Moon was dumbfounded. She had been worried about Yi Chen, but now she could only smile bitterly. With such strength, there was no need to worry about him. Even if everyone joined forces, they wouldn't be his match. Roar! Sky Splitter shook his head and roared, his eyes filled with disdain. These idiots dared to go against their master. They were simply courting death. Step by step, he walked toward Supreme Sky Hook. Yi Chen grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Then he walked towards the Juyong Heavenly Sovereign. Yi Chen, what are you doing? The Juyong Heavenly Sovereign was afraid. He didn't even have 1,000th of his strength. Swish! With a teleportation, Yi Chen appeared in front of the Juyong Heavenly Sovereign. He sent him flying with a sword strike and then appeared behind him at an even faster speed, grabbing his neck. Being grabbed by this hand, the Juyong Heavenly Sovereign's body went limp. He couldn't use any of his strength. In terms of strength, he couldn't even be compared to the leaders of the 5 tribes. But Yi Chen could easily kill Sea Fiend and Evil Light. Chapter 1402. The 9 Suns Heavenly Venerate's face was ashen. He was a peak legendary supremacy, but he couldn't even retaliate against Yi Chen. Why was it like this? It shouldn't be like this. The 9 Suns Heavenly Venerate unintentionally glanced at everyone present, and his face turned even paler. He felt like he was a puppy being held by the other party, unable to struggle. Supreme Skyhook was even worse than the Juyong Heavenly Sovereign. He closed his eyes, not wanting to see the gazes of the crowd, because those gazes would break him down. A strong sense of regret surged in his heart. If he had known that Yi Chen was so monstrous, he wouldn't have provoked Yan Qingxian, even if he had 100 guts. But who knew that in just a few hundred years, he had grown to such a terrifying level? Was he still human? Supreme Yi, we're all from the Human Alliance. Why don't we just let it go? A supreme being that came out of the Moro Death prison stood out and said, That's right, Supreme Exalt Yi. One should forgive and forget whenever possible. They didn't commit any major crimes, so why must you be so ruthless? Supreme Yi, although your strength is monstrous, imprisoning 2 legendary supremes is too much. It's better to leave some leeway. Those who spoke up for Heavenly Venerate 9 Suns and Supremacy Skyhook were all supremacies who had come out of the Moro Death prison. Their intentions were simple. They wanted to pressure Yi Chen with their power. if Yi Chun released Heavenly Venerate 9 Suns and Supremacy Sky Hook, that would naturally be the best outcome. However, if Yi Chun continued to be domineering and unreasonable, once Sword Sage White Pole came out of seclusion, he would be in deep trouble. Yi Chun said lightly, "If you do something wrong, you have to bear the corresponding consequences. If you do something wrong and there is no punishment at all, how can the human alliance fight against the demon's alliance? Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Imprisoning them today is also for their own good. You don't have to say anything. I know what I'm doing." With Yi Chun as the center, invisible space-time energy swept out, enveloping Sky Splitter, Seven Moons, Martial Supremacy, Golden Buddha Supremacy, and Dugu Ju. In the next moment, the 5 of them and 1 beast disappeared without a trace. Too arrogant, the supreme martial artists who came out of the Moro death prison were indignant. Just wait and see. When Sword Saint Bai Ji comes out of seclusion, he will definitely punish him. That's right, other than Lord Sword Saint Bai Ji. No one else has the right to imprison an honorable. He's playing with fire. Whoosh! Somewhere in the starry sky of the White Tiger star field, time and space distorted as Yi Chun and the others emerged. Supreme, True Martial, and Supreme Golden Buddha felt like they were in a dream. Supreme, True Martial asked, "Yi Chun, what level is your strength now? Are you a demigod?" In his opinion, someone who could easily capture the 9 Sun Heavenly Venerate had to be a quasi-demigod. Yi Chun shook his head. "A demigod is much stronger than me. I should be considered a peak legendary supremacy. Without using the firmament sword, Yi Chun would be at this level. Once he used the firmament sword, Yi Chun's strength would be at the demigod level, just as Supreme True Martial had said. However, he didn't want to reveal the firmament sword. He still didn't know what kind of person Sword Saint Bai Ji was. After all, they both use swords. Excellent. Supreme, Yi has such achievements at such a young age. You are comparable to a true god when they were young." Supreme Golden Buddha put his palms together and smiled. Those who could become true gods were all the kings of geniuses. Ordinary geniuses couldn't be compared to them. "You flatter me. I only reached my current level because of a fortuitous encounter," Yi Chun said humbly. "It's normal to have fortuitous encounters. Without them, there would be no true gods in this world. We all have fortuitous encounters, but our achievements are far from yours." Supreme True Martial was very emotional. Who didn't have fortuitous encounters? However, no matter how good the fortuitous encounters were, one had to have enough potential and talent. It didn't mean that one could achieve great things just by encountering a great fortuitous encounter. If there was such a good thing, the legendary supremacies in the universe would be running away in dissatisfaction. "Yi Chun, what do you plan to do with the 2 of them?" Supreme True Martial asked. Yi Chun said, "Supreme Sky Hook will be locked up for 100 years. Heavenly Venerable Jiang will be locked up for 10 years. Supreme True Martial nodded. "Don't worry. I will speak up for Sword Saint Bai Ji." Supreme Sky Hook had gone too far this time. He only had himself to blame for this result. "Dugu Ju, I didn't expect you to become a supremacy after a few 100 years." Yi Chun looked at Dugu Ju. Dugu Ju said, "If I don't become a supremacy soon, you will leave me in the dust. However, I still can't compare to you." Yi Chun smiled and said to everyone, "I have gained a lot from this adventure. These sage artifacts are one of my gains. I will give them to you." Yi Chun took out 7 sage artifacts. 3 were offensive sage artifacts and 4 were defensive sage artifacts. So many sage artifacts. Supreme True Martial was dumbfounded. Before this, there were no more than 10 sage artifacts in the universe. They were in the hands of the strongest people of each race. How could he not be shocked when Yi Chun took out 7 sage artifacts at once? "Supreme Yi, this is too precious." Supreme Golden Buddha said hesitantly. Yi Qin said, I still have some. Since I have no use for extra sage artifacts, you can at least increase your strength. Supreme Yi, then I won't stand on ceremony. Supreme Seven Moons was overjoyed. She was a peak supremacy. With an offensive and defensive sage artifact, her battle strength was definitely comparable to a mid-level supremacy. Since that's the case, we'll gladly accept. Basically, no one could refuse a sage artifact. Supreme True Martial already had the True Martial Divine Truncheon, so Yi Qin gave him a sage artifact armor. His original armor was broken and definitely not as good as a complete one. However, among everyone, Supreme Golden Buddha's strength increased the most. His Golden Body 9th refinement stage could block the attacks of a mid-level legendary supremacy. Now that he had a sage artifact armor, he could block the attacks of a peak legendary supremacy. He could even protect himself against the 9 Suns, Heavenly Venerable. That was the benefit of having a high defense. Whoosh! Dugu Ju held a silver-white saber in his hand. He slashed with it, and the saber light swept across the entire universe. Good saber, Dugu Ju praised. He couldn't bear to part with it. The news of Yi Qin's domineering return and the capture of the 9 Suns, Heavenly Venerable, and Supreme Skyhook spread throughout the Human Race Alliance. It even spread to the Demons Alliance, shocking the entire universe. Everyone knew that other than Sword Sage Baiji and Demon Sage Jalua, Yi Qin was definitely the #1 supremacy. No one could defeat him. Yi Qin finally had his own title, Sword Sage Green Lotus. Due to the fact that the sword domain Yi Qin had released was a 5-colored green lotus, he had obtained this title. As for Yan Qingxian, she had already returned to normal. Under Yi Qin's coercion, Supreme Sky Hook told him everything. He knew that if he didn't say anything, Yi Qin would definitely torture him. No one knew when Sword Sage Baiji would come out of seclusion. If Yi Qin killed him in a rage, his death would be in vain. Sword Sage Baiji would at most imprison Yi Qin. Chapter 1403 Black Tortoise Star Field. All of you listen up. You have 1 month to move out of the Black Tortoise Star Field. After 1 month, you will be killed without mercy. On this day, in the vast Black Tortoise Star Field, a mighty voice reverberated. It was Yi Qin's voice. Through the amplification of the power of space and time, Yi Qin's voice could travel far, far away, tens of thousands of light years, or even hundreds of thousands of light years. Of course, this would take time to transmit. The larger the area, the later the people at the edge of the area would hear the voice. If the voice was gathered into a single beam, Yi Qin could transmit it through space and time to a certain location in the demon domain. Perfected space and time profound had always been terrifying. It could achieve many things that were impossible in the past. In fact, Yi Qin could also take advantage of the time when Demon St. Gallo was in closed-door cultivation to slaughter the Supremes of the Demons Alliance. With his strength, there was no need to worry about accidents. It would definitely be a one-sided sweep. However, he had his own considerations. Although Demon St. Gallo was in closed-door cultivation, he was still a demigod. If he went too far, it was very likely that he would provoke the demon saint to kill him at all costs. At that time, even with Sword Saint Whitepole, he might not be safe. Of course, even if he did not slaughter the Supremes of the Demons Alliance, Demon St. Gallo would probably still want to kill him, but at least it would be less. Comparing the two, Yi Qin naturally chose the latter. In any case, with his strength, other than Demon St. Gallo, he did not need to be afraid of anyone. Once a war broke out, Sword Saint Whitepole would stop Demon St. Gallo, and the remaining Supremes of the Demons Alliance combined would not be his opponent. This was a foregone conclusion. The various races of the Demons Alliance that had already taken root in the Black Tortoise Star Field were very unwilling. The Black Tortoise Star Field was rich in resources. After 1,000 years, they had already taken root here. Their descendants had already gotten used to the life here. Suddenly moving to another place was hard for anyone to accept. However, Sword Venerable Green Lotus was known as the #1 Supremes in the universe. They dared not joke around with their lives. Damn it, why should we move? In the black tortoise star field, a Supremes bellowed. Supreme Demon Blood, there's nothing you can do unless you can defeat Sword Venerable Green Lotus. Revered Swordsman Green Lotus? I don't believe he's the #1 supreme being in the universe. Maybe he's just bragging. We haven't seen it with our own eyes. There's a chance that it's just boasting, but who's going to test it out? In any case, I don't dare. I'm just a super supreme being. A large number of puppet warships appeared in the black tortoise galaxy space. The moving work was in progress. However, not a single puppet warship had departed yet. Everyone was waiting. Sword Venerable Green Lotus, rumor has it that you are the #1 supremacy in the universe. I, Empyrean Evil Thunder, have come to seek guidance. The legendary supreme of the Demons Alliance, Heavenly Venerable Evil Thunder, had appeared. Heavenly Venerable Evil Thunder was a peak legendary paragon of the evil spirit race. His strength was not inferior to Heavenly Venerable Nine Suns. In the previous battle, he had suppressed Heavenly Venerable Nine Sun from beginning to end, causing him to be in a sorry state. I accept your challenge. Space-time fluctuated, and Yi Chen appeared. Accompanying Yi Chen's appearance was a 5-colored green lotus, 9th level sword domain. Heavenly Venerable Evil Thunder was shocked as he was enveloped by the 5-colored green lotus. So what if it's the 9th level sword domain? Have a taste of my evil thunder divine palm. Heavenly Venerable Evil Thunder's hands were pitch black and dark clouds surged. Large amounts of lightning rushed out, flashing toward Yi Chen. The lightning increased until it turned into a sea of lightning. Coupled with Heavenly Venerable Evil Thunder's evil thunder domain, it was simply invincible, wave after wave attacking Yi Chen. Black hole stance. With just one sword strike, Yi Chen completely neutralized Heavenly Venerable Evil Thunder's attack. It was as if the sea of lightning in the starry sky had never appeared. Heavy sword stance. With the second sword strike, Heavenly Venerable Evil Thunder perished. Heavenly Venerable Evil Thunder was not like Heavenly Venerable Sea Fiend and Heavenly Venerable Evil Light, nor was he comparable to the leaders of the 5 major tribes. Not only were the former stronger, but he also had a sage artifact armor. Heavenly Venerable Evil Thunder had nothing at all, so how could he block Yi Chen's attack? After this battle, the universe was shaken. Even without Yi Chen's threat, the evacuation of the black tortoise star field sped up thousands of times. Every day, hundreds of millions of puppet battleships set off, filled with members of various races. The Human Race Alliance was shocked beyond words. Although Yi Chen wasn't as strong as Sword Saint White Pole, he had accomplished something that Sword Saint White Pole couldn't. With a single order, the enemy retreated. How awe-inspiring! Some people even wondered if, with Yi Chen's strength, if the Moro Death Prison and Black Wind Stream hadn't been opened, could he have completely destroyed the Demons Alliance or even driven them into the world of life, allowing the Human Race Alliance to unify the entire universe and make the human race the overlord of the world? No matter how they thought about it, everyone felt that it was highly possible. Unfortunately, imagination was just imagination. There was still Demon Saint White Pole and Demon Saint White Pole above them. In history, a situation where one side was very strong while the other side was very weak rarely occurred. A month later, the black tortoise star field became an empty star field. The members of the Demons Alliance had all moved away, leaving not a single one behind. Of course, there were still some who had slipped through the net. Some had been forgotten, and some were still adventuring in the secret realms. Yi Chen didn't need to worry about this. Staying in the human territory meant that they were destined to become hunting targets. Racial wars had always been this cruel. The 3 major life star fields began to send people to the black tortoise star field. Every day, there were hundreds of millions of people heading over. A new place contained a new order. This was the best time to develop their forces. The Yi family and the Fallout Sword sect also sent a large number of people to the Black Tortoise Star Field. As Yi Chen's status rose, the Yi family and the Fallout Sword sect developed rapidly. Their population grew rapidly as well. In a situation where there were too many monks and not enough gruel, the Yi family and the Fallout Sword sect naturally needed to occupy more space to give their core members a chance to display their abilities. Regarding these things, Yi Chen didn't care, and he didn't want to care. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed since Yi Chen's return. Su Jing and Murong Qingsheng were both at the peak of 8th layer life and death realm, only a step away from becoming supremes. However, this step had stumped countless geniuses. Yi Chen had no way to help them become supremes. They could only rely on themselves. Fortunately, with their talents, becoming supremes was only a matter of time. There was no need to rush. 9 Suns, Heavenly Sovereign, had been released 90 years ago. On this day, Yi Chen also released Supreme Sky Hook. Supreme Sky Hook were both supremes of the human race. If you're not convinced, feel free to come at me. I, Yi Chen, will take them all on. I hope you know what to do. Before releasing Supreme Sky Hook, Yi Chen left a few words for him. Soon, another 100 years passed. On this day, in a certain part of the starry sky, a bright sword light illuminated millions of light years. Sword Saint White Pole had come out of seclusion. The Supremes of the Human Race Alliance promptly went to congratulate him. Yi Chen was no exception. Chapter 1404. The White Pole Sword Sage was a refined, middle-aged man dressed in white. Only Yi Chen could vaguely tell how strong the sword chi on his body was. He had already fused his sword chi with his aura. After being nurtured by his aura, his sword chi was no longer as hard and sharp as before. His aura had also been tempered by the sword chi and appeared to be pure, without any impurities. As such, the White Pole Sword Sage did not look like a swordsman, but more like a scholar with a pure aura. However, if anyone dared to underestimate the White Pole Sword Sage, they would regret being born in this world. The place where the White Pole Sword Saint had secluded himself was an ordinary planet. When he came out of seclusion, the planet turned into dust with a poof. After so many years, the planet had long been corroded into sand by the White Pole Sword Saint's sword chi. With a wave of his hand, the yellow sand gathered in the White Pole Sword Sage's hand and turned into a khaki-colored sword. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but gasp. The weight of a planet was actually compressed into a sword by the White Pole Sword Sage. This had destroyed the balance of the universe. The one who felt it the most was naturally Yi Chen. There were strong and weak demigods. From Yi Chen's point of view, the White Pole Sword Sage had clearly not reached the stage of condensing God power and probably had not comprehended the power of laws. Even so, to compress a planet's mass of sand into a sword was enough to leave any legendary supremacy in the dust. Welcome, Lord Sword Sage. Everyone cheered in unison. The White Pole Sword Sage walked over with a smile. Thank you. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Chen, whom he had never met before, and said with a smile, You must be the legendary Yi Chen. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. The last time they spoke of you, you were only a super supremacy. Now, you are already a legendary supremacy. Lord Sword Sage is too kind. Yi Chen is just a little lucky. At our level, who doesn't understand that luck is for those who are prepared? It was obvious that the White Pole Sword Sage thought very highly of Yi Chen. Heavenly Venerate Nine Yang and Supremacy Sky Hook looked uncertain. They seemed to want to say something, but they swallowed their words. Sword Sage White Pole glanced at Heavenly Venerate Nine Sun and Supremacy Sky Hook and suddenly said, Don't think that I don't know anything just because I was in seclusion. I know exactly what you have done. I just wanted to see what your bottom line is. Unfortunately, You have disappointed me. Sword Saint by G's words shocked everyone. It turned out that everything was under the white pole Sword Saint's control. That made sense. They were really stupid. Although a demigod was not a true god. Since he was a demigod, he definitely had extraordinary means and abilities. It was not something that they could speculate about. Heavenly Venerate 9 Sun and Supremacy Sky Hook turned pale. Lord Sword Sage 9 Suns knows his mistake. Heavenly Venerate 9 Sun hurriedly admitted his mistake. Originally, he still had some complaints about Yi Chen. Now he no longer had any complaints. He wished that Yi Chen could imprison him for a few more days, as long as Sword Sage White Pole did not have any prejudice against him. Lord Sword Sage, everything is my fault. I am willing to accept my punishment. Supremacy Sky Hook was also very straightforward. At this moment, if he did not know when to back down, he would really be asking for it. With a light snort, White Extreme Sword Saint said, "Since Supreme Yi Chen has already imprisoned you, I won't act in your stead any longer. You'd better behave yourselves. If you offend again in the future, you'll be punished twice." Lord Sword Sage, don't worry. I will not do it again in the future. Both of them heaved a sigh of relief. They still had lingering fears. All right, you can go back. Yi Chen, you stay. Sword Sage White Pole left Yi Chen behind and let the others leave first. Soon, only Sword Sage White Pole and Yi Chen were left in the cosmos. Sword Sage White Pole waved the earth-yellow sword in his hand and said to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, do you know what the levels of a demigod are?" No. Yi Chen shook his head. When a silver Martial Path Yuan spirit transforms into a gold Martial Path Yuan spirit, one becomes a demigod. According to the level of the gold Martial Path Yuan spirit, the demigods are divided into beginner, intermediate, high, peak, and so on. I am just a beginner demigod, and so is Demon Sage Gallows. Isn't that a little surprising? Sword Sage White Pole said with a smile. A little. Sword Sage White Pole and Demon Sage Gallows had been imprisoned for countless years. Yi Chen had thought that the two of them were already not weak among the demigods. Sword Sage White Pole continued. The Gold Martial Path Yuan Spirit is also known as the Eternal Martial Path Yuan Spirit. Once it reaches the perfect level, it can exist for eternity. It is close to or equivalent to a true god. Therefore, every increase in the Gold Martial Path Yuan Spirit is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It is harder and harder to become a demigod. If nothing goes wrong, I will stop at the beginner demigod level for the rest of my life. Who can predict what will happen in the future? Yi Chen said, "Perhaps, but not everyone can become a supporting character or even a main character." Raising his head to look at the starry sky, Sword Sage White Pole said, "Do you know how the Black Wind Stream and the Mora Death Prison were formed?" Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and listened quietly. The Black Wind Stream and the Mora Death Prison were created by the will of the universe. Every million years, as long as one's Martial Path Yuan spirit reaches the bronze level, they will be imprisoned in these two prisons. Only those whose Martial Path Yuan spirit has not reached the bronze level are spared. Demigods are no exception. If they do not want to be imprisoned, the only way is to leave the universe within a million years. This is also why the demigods in history only appear briefly before disappearing. It is because they have all left this universe. Sword Sage White Pole revealed an earth-shattering secret. Hearing this, Yi Chen was very surprised. The Black Wind Stream and the Mora Death Prison were actually created by the will of the universe. If Sword Sage White Pole had not told him, he would not have known at all. Now that he thought about it, everything was quite reasonable. The will of the universe created these two prisons and handed them over to the human race and the demons, respectively. After countless years, the origins of these two prisons gradually became unknown. 1,000,000 years was enough for the Human Race Alliance and the Demons Alliance to give birth to new Supremes. Other than that, this also explained why the seals of the Black Wind Stream and the Mora Death Prison were automatically opened. Of course, apart from most of them being imprisoned by the will of the universe, there were also many who were imprisoned artificially. After all, the Black Wind Stream and the Mora Death Prison were controlled by the human race and the demons respectively. Why would the will of the universe do this? Yi Chen asked. Sword Sage White Pole shook his head. I'm not sure either. However, I'm guessing that this should be a measure to protect itself. The universe has a limit. When the number of supremes reaches a certain level, the universe itself will also have to endure a lot of pressure. As for the demigods, they are constantly being suppressed by the will of the universe and are unable to go all out. How many years are left until the million-year deadline? Yi Chen asked again. There are about 120,000 years left. The time for the Black Wind Stream and the Mora Death Prison to open their seals is not fixed. This time it is slightly earlier. Chapter 1405. 120,000 years? That's not short. Yi Chen was only 1,000 years old. 120,000 years was too long for him. Of course, for those below the level of supremacy, 120,000 years was definitely a lifetime. Sword Saint Bai Ji shook his head. Strictly speaking, it's only 20,000 years. After 20,000 years, those whose martial primordial spirits have reached the bronze level will be sent to the chaos battlefield. There are not only supremacies of our universe there, but also supremacies of other universes. There are 3 outcomes for entering. 1 is to be killed, 1 is to survive and be sealed in the Black Wind Stream or the Mora Death Prison, and 1 is to become a member of the Heavenly Realm. Chaos Battlefield, Heavenly Realm member? This was the first time Yi Chen had heard of these 2 terms. He was very curious. The Chaos Battlefield is connected to many universes. Becoming a member of the Heavenly Realm is the most basic requirement to enter. Legend has it that the Heavenly Realm is a supreme world higher than any other universe. Even true gods go there. No one knew when it started, but the universe could no longer give birth to true gods. To become a true god, one had to go to the Heavenly Realm. Otherwise, although demigods had a long lifespan, they would eventually run out under the pressure of the universe's will. Apart from that, life without opponents was too lonely. Everyone was curious, and curiosity was a powerful source of motivation. Do I have to go to the chaos battlefield after 20,000 years? It's not that I have to. Under the pressure of the universe's will, even I can't resist. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been imprisoned in the Mora Death Prison. Sword Saint Bai Ji smiled bitterly. Nodding, Yi Chen suddenly said, Sword Saint Bai Ji, have you heard of the Wilderness God Continent? There were too many supremacies in the Wilderness God Continent. Even all the supremacies in the universe, added up, couldn't compare to the number of supremacies in one tribe. Wilderness God Continent? You came back from there? No wonder. Sword Saint Bai Ji understood and continued, Of course I have. The Wilderness God Continent was created by the oldest true God of our universe, the Wilderness God. It contains the Wilderness God's rules. Even the universes can't interfere with anything on the Wilderness God Continent. Even the universes can't interfere. Yes, there are strong and weak true gods. The Wild's God is one of the most ancient and powerful true gods. His will is on the same level as the will of the universe. However, it is also because of this that the people of the Wild's God Continent are unable to leave the Wild's God Continent. If you stay on the Wild's God Continent for too long, it is very likely that you will be assimilated by the Wild's God Continent, making it difficult for you to leave the Wild's God Continent in the future. The White Pole Sword Sage knew countless times more than Yi Chen. This was something that could not be achieved through talent and comprehension. It could only be achieved through the accumulation of time. Compared to the White Pole Sword Sage, Yi Chen's age was nothing more than the time he spent in seclusion. It was impossible for him to know too much in such a short amount of time. The primal chaos battlefield is extremely dangerous, and there are many demigods there. You should take advantage of the 20,000 years you have left to strengthen yourself. The more you have, the more protection you will have. Sword Saint White Pole said. Yi Chen nodded. 20,000 years might seem like a long time, but at his realm and strength, it was not that easy to improve further. However, as Sword Saint White Pole said, the more you have, the more protection you will have. Within 20,000 years, it was not impossible to improve further, but it would be very difficult. One was a human demigod, and the other was the strongest sovereign of the human race. The two of them chatted as they strolled through the 4 major life star regions. Occasionally, they would land on some nameless planet. Sword Saint White Pole. Yi Chen will take his leave first. On a neutron star, the chess game ended, and Yi Chen stood up to bid farewell. All right, let's meet again when we have time in the future. Sword Saint White Pole smiled and stood up. Definitely. Space-time distorted, and Yi Chen disappeared without a trace. The gravity of the neutron star did not bind him at all. What a heaven-defying monster. He has the strength of a peak legendary sovereign when he is only at the beginner legendary sovereign realm. Compared to him, I was only born a few million years earlier. Sword Saint White Pole sighed. When one's martial primordial spirit reached the bronze level, one would be a super sovereign. When it reached the silver level, one would be a legendary sovereign, and when it reached the gold level, one would be a demigod. Legendary sovereigns were divided into 5 cultivation levels according to the strength of the silver martial primordial spirit. Beginner legendary sovereign, intermediate legendary sovereign, high legendary sovereign, peak legendary sovereign, and quasi-demigod. Although Yi Chen was a peak legendary sovereign, in terms of cultivation, he was only a beginner legendary sovereign. Under normal circumstances, it was already very good for a beginner legendary sovereign to have the strength of an intermediate legendary sovereign. This meant that he was more outstanding in a certain aspect. For someone like Yi Chen, he had to be outstanding in all aspects. Otherwise, his strength would not be able to cross 3 levels. There were still 20,000 years before they entered the primal chaos battlefield. Sword Saint White Pole and Demon Saint Galois were not in the mood to fight. This made the Human Race Alliance and the Demons Alliance unprecedentedly peaceful. Time flew, and the first 1,000 years had passed. The Human Race Alliance had a new sovereign, lifeless saber sovereign Lung Fifan. Of course, after becoming a sovereign, his title became Lifeless Saber Sovereign. The second 1,000 years had passed, and Yi Chen had pushed his spiritual body to the middle stage of the 9th level. The price he had to pay was a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures, some from the Milky Way, some from hell, and some from some unknown secret realms. Collecting heavenly and earthly treasures for 2,000 years to raise my spiritual body from the early stage of the 9th level to the middle stage of the 9th level. It's really difficult. Hell and the Milky Way were filled with endless dangers. Even with Yi Chen's strength, he had to be careful and advance step by step. During this period, he had also encountered water monsters that surpassed the 4th level 3 times and legendary ghost, lords 4 times. If not for the protection of the black tortoise sacred armor, Yi Chen might not have been able to escape unscathed. The former had the home ground advantage, while the latter was wary of Yi Chen's netherworld sacred eye. However, as the sovereign of hell, the ghost lords had a very close relationship with hell. They were equivalent to a part of hell. This caused Yi Chen's netherworld sacred eye to not be able to completely suppress the ghost lords. At most, it could slightly suppress the other party's hellish will. As the number of times he entered and exited the Milky Way and hell increased, Yi Chen gradually understood some things about the Milky Way and hell. The Milky Way was a link to hell. Without this link, even demigods could not enter hell. Some of the ghost lords in hell were actually sovereigns of the universe. There was also a phoenix ghost sage who was once one of the ancestors of the phoenix race and had the purest phoenix blood. Although he had the netherworld's sacred eye and was not suppressed in hell, and instead enjoyed many benefits, Yi Chen did not dare to be too reckless. He felt that the forces in hell were much stronger than those in the universe. Even the Wild's continent could not compare to it, if not for the fact that the ghosts and ghost lords in hell could not leave hell, just like the Wild's continent, who knew what the universe would be like. And in hell, Yi Chen accidentally heard news about the first demon lord with the bloodline of the great demon king. He had a good relationship with a ghost sage in hell, heaven slaughtering ghost sage. Chapter 1406. My father is imprisoned in hell. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Jing was extremely shocked. Before the Morrow Death Prison and Black Wind Stream seals were opened, she thought that her father would be imprisoned in the Morrow Death Prison. However, after the prison was opened, there were no gold supreme warriors among the supreme warriors, which made her very disappointed. Now that Yi Chen had told her about her father, she was astonished, but at the same time her heart was filled with boundless expectation. She, who had reached the peak of the eighth sky of life and death realm, had already recovered her lost memories. She could clearly remember everything that had happened before she was 10 years old. However, what made her feel strange was that her mother's image was always that of a black shadow. She didn't know whether it was because her memory was incomplete or not. Whether he is imprisoned in hell or not, I'm not completely sure. But from the rumors, there is indeed a supreme level gold dragon imprisoned in the Een Dragon Mountain. Before becoming a supreme warrior, Yi Chen couldn't contact the upper echelons of hell at all. After becoming a supreme warrior, especially the number 1 supreme warrior in the universe, he also had some connections in hell. After all, he was not completely unrelated to hell. The appearance of the netherworld sacred eye proved that he was favored by hell. Of course, he was not the only one who was favored. Perhaps with the netherworld's sacred eye, the bloodline of the great demon king seemed to be favored even more. Perhaps the bloodline of the great demon king had some deep relationship with hell. Then what do you plan to do? Su Jing naturally knew that hell was extremely dangerous. Even demigods wouldn't dare to act recklessly there. Yi Chen said, "Don't worry, I will save your father. But I will need your essence blood to refine a sensing compass to sense the Een Dragon Mountain and your father's location." The Een Dragon Mountain was an ancient mountain that existed in the depths of hell's space-time. Its location was unknown. Even if Yi Chen's space-time profound was completed and he had the netherworld's sacred eye, he still wouldn't be able to find it without knowing its location. Unless he went to ask the ancient ghost kings of hell. But those old guys were too dangerous. Yi Chen didn't want to look for trouble. No problem. Su Jing nodded. A year later, Yi Chen used Su Jing's essence blood and other precious materials to refine a golden sensory compass. There were different grades of sensory compasses. Yi Chen had refined an Emperor grade one, while the highest grade was Supreme. Once again, Yi Chen came to the infernal realm and took out the golden compass. After injecting the sword Origin into it, the needle spun crazily before finally pointing to the east. Putting away the compass, Yi Chen flew toward the east. Along the way, Yi Chen took out the golden compass several times and pointed it to the east every time. 2 years passed. The feeling is getting stronger and stronger. We're almost there. In the past, the needle would spin many times before pointing to the east. Recently, the needle would spin 1 or 2 times before returning to normal. Another 3 months passed, and the needle pointed to the west, which meant that Yi Chen had passed his destination. Going back a little, the needle began to spin infinitely. It's here. Yi Chen looked around and realized that this place was surrounded by mountains, with only a plain in the middle. It was not normal at all. According to the terrain, there should be a huge mountain in the middle of the mountains, which should be the leader of the mountains. Activating the netherworld's sacred eye, Yi Chen's vision could see through the endless space-time. Soon, He found a huge ancient mountain in the depths of the space-time. It was really bigger than a life planet. Locking onto this ancient mountain, Yi Chen's figure spread out and entered the depths of the space-time. Swish! After a while, Yi Chen arrived at the foot of the ancient mountain. This mountain was undulating like a trapped old dragon, which was quite ominous. There was a ghost temple on the mountainside, which was full of ghostly shadows, which made people feel uneasy. Uncle, I hope we are fated to meet in the Yin Dragon Mountain. Otherwise, there won't be a chance. After another 18,000 years, Yi Chen would definitely enter the primal chaos battlefield. This time, he finally found some clues. If not, Yi Chen really didn't know where to find the Golden Supremes. Just as he was about to go up the mountain, the ghost temple on the mountain suddenly erupted with Yin energy. Two 10,000 zhang tall ghost kings with green faces and fangs jumped out. How dare you! Yin Dragon Mountain is an important place in hell. Leave quickly. Human beings also dare to come to Yin Dragon Mountain. I think it's better not to leave. Their voices were like rolling thunder, reverberating in the sky above Yi Chen. You two little devils, you don't even have a little bit of eyesight. Serves you right to guard this mountain. Yi Chen blew out a breath, and a black gale rolled out, blowing the two ghost monarchs into a sorry state. If it was an ordinary Supremes here, even if their cultivation was one level higher than the Ghost Kings, they still wouldn't be able to contend against them. The main reason was that the ghosts and Ghost Kings in hell were useless against them. Only soul attacks or willpower attacks could hurt them. These two attacks were only supplementary methods. So how could they be the trump cards of the Supremes? Yi Chen had the Netherworld Sacred Eye, so his attacks contained the willpower of hell. To him, there was no difference between being in hell and outside. He could use his full strength. Who are you? Do you think you can run amok in hell just because you have some tricks up your sleeve? At this time, a ghostly big hand flew out of the ghost temple and grabbed towards Yi Chen. I am Green Lotus, Sword Venerable Yi Chen. Who are you in hell? The heavenly sword was unsheathed, and Yi Chen slashed the ghost hand in half. I am the 3 Yin Ghost King. I am ordered to guard Yin Dragon Mountain. I advise you to leave quickly. My master is not someone you can mess with. A pale, middle-aged man with an ancient face walked out of the ghost temple and said in a loud voice. Yi Chen said, Dare I ask, is the one imprisoned in Yin Dragon Mountain the Supremes of the Dragon Tribe? The 3 Yin Ghost Kings said, Yin Dragon Mountain imprisons countless prisoners. I can't even recognize all the ancient ones. How would I know who you are talking about? He hasn't been imprisoned for long. Maybe a few thousand to 10,000 years. Let me see. The 3 Yin Ghost King took out a book and flipped through it. Soon he stopped. There is indeed a Supremes of the Dragon Tribe imprisoned 9,000 years ago. Unfortunately, he will be imprisoned for 1,000,000 years. Not even 10,000 years have passed. You should leave and come back after 990,000 years. Putting away the book, the 3 Yin Ghost King warned. Imprisoned for 1,000,000 years? Sorry, I can't wait that long. May I ask, why is he imprisoned in Yin Dragon Mountain? Do we have to be imprisoned when we come to hell? Yi Chen questioned. Of course not. He violated the taboo of Lord Nine Yin. That is why he is imprisoned. What taboo? After his beloved wife died, she became hell's ghostly lord, Red Lotus, ghostly lord. I don't know where he got the news, but he came to hell to take Red Lotus, ghostly lord away. Unfortunately, once he becomes a ghostly lord, all memories of his past life are gone. It is a new beginning. Red Lotus, ghostly lord naturally refused to go with him. Lord Nine Yin could not bear it and imprisoned him in Yin Dragon Mountain. Chapter 1407. After becoming a ghostly lord, his memories would be wiped clean. A new beginning? Yi Chen frowned and asked, Can people go to hell after they die? However, the moment they arrive in hell, They are no longer their original selves, but a new life. The difference is that, according to their cultivation base, their strength in hell after death is also different. When an ordinary person dies in hell, they are merely a ball of chilly wind, which can easily dissipate. The stronger ones are a ball of fire, and the stronger ones can become ghosts, such as Impermanence ghosts, Nether ghosts, Yellow Springs ghosts, and so on. As for supremes, they might not necessarily become ghost monarchs. Perhaps they really die, and only a few supremes can become ghost monarchs, beginning their second life. Yi Qin glanced at Yi Qin. Indeed, after death, any life form will enter hell. But the moment they enter hell, they will no longer be their original self. The three dark, ghostly lord had explained so much because he felt that Yi Qin was not someone to be trifled with. Since he could find Dragon Mountain, he must be a heaven-defying sovereign. Who is your lord? Is it the 9 ghostly sage? Yi Qin guessed. As Yi Qin had expected, the three dark, ghostly lords said, "My lord is one of the 10 sages of hell, the 9 ghostly sage. I advise you to leave quickly, lest you seek trouble." It really is the 9 ghostly sage. There were 10 ghostly sages in hell. Of these 10 ghostly sages, 5 were transformed from demigods in the human world, while the other 5 were ghostly sages born in hell itself. They had nothing to do with the human world. Naturally, these 5 ghostly sages were exceptionally strong, much stronger than those transformed from demigods. The 9 ghostly sage was one of them. With a smile, Yi Qin suddenly said, "You've told me so much. I'm guessing that your lord is not in his territory." The three dark, ghostly lords' expression changed. "What do you want?" "Nothing much. I just want you to release that dragon's supremacy. I can guarantee that he will not disturb your lord in the future." Yi Qin had made up his mind. Even if it meant offending the 9 ghostly sage, he would rescue the golden supremacy. "You dare!" The three dark, ghostly lord was enraged. He had said so much to Yi Qin, not wanting him to cause trouble. Otherwise, if the 9 ghostly sage returned, he would be in trouble. "Pardon me." Yi Qin had already seen the golden supreme martial artist through the protective formation. He was mining. The currency in the infernal realm was ghost stones, which were much more precious than primordial stones. Every mountain contained a certain amount of ghost stones. Obviously, Dragon Mountain was both a prison and a mine. Imprisoning criminals and mining ghost stones was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Boom! Yi Qin's sword slashed at the mountain guarding Grand Array. Heaven and earth shook and the chilly wind roared. Countless ferocious-looking evil spirits were faintly discernible, as if they would pounce out at any time. What a powerful soul attack. When he attacked the mountain protecting Great Array, a terrifying soul attack fell on Yi Qin's Sea of Soul. If it was an ordinary legend rank sovereign attacking this mountain protecting Great Array, 8 or 9 out of 10 would be hit. If it was light, their soul would be seriously injured. If it was heavy, their soul would be obliterated. Yi Qin was only able to resist because his soul was exceptionally strong, and he had the Netherworld's sacred eye. "Looks like I have to use the firmament sword." Sheathing the heavenly sword, Yi Qin pulled out the firmament sword. The firmament sword was a 3-star, heavenly sacred weapon. Once it was unsheathed, the peerless sword chi immediately surged with an earth-shattering aura. Heavy sword style. With the firmament sword in hand, Yi Qin's sword slashed at the Dragon Mountain guarding Grand Array. Seeing that the mountain guarding Grand Array was about to be split open, a huge face suddenly appeared on the mountain guarding Grand Array. "How dare you attack the array that I personally set up?" 9 ghostly sage. Yi Qin was shocked. Without another word, he immediately tore apart space and time, wanting to leave hell. He did not expect that the 9 ghostly sage would integrate a portion of his own power into the mountain guarding Grand Array. Once the mountain guarding Grand Array could not hold on any longer, This power would transform into the 9 ghostly sage. Trying to escape, the 9 ghostly sage laughed coldly. His hand grabbed out, and the entire sky and earth were covered in darkness. Heaven and earth roam. In these 2,000 years, Yi Chen had not wasted his time. Besides raising his spirit body from the early level 9 to the middle level 9, Yi Chen had also created a space-time movement technique, heaven and earth roam. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The space-time in hell twisted endlessly. Even the darkness was warped, and a faint sliver of light leaked out. Following the light, Yi Chen's figure swept out, rushing out of the 9 ghostly sage's area of control. Humph! The 9 ghostly sage laughed coldly. With a flick of his left hand, a white light chased after Yi Chen. The white light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye it was behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen once again used his space-time movement technique, heaven and earth roam. His figure was like a fish shuttling through space and time, incomparably slippery. But the white light was like a maggot in his bones, and he could not shake it off. Once my bone-piercing nail appears, it will definitely nail your primordial spirit. The 9 ghostly sage was very confident in his methods. In the entire hell or even the outside world, no one could dodge his bone-piercing nail except for ghostly sages and demigods. Yi Chen naturally did not know what technique this white light was. He only knew that if he was hit by the white light, he would most likely be in trouble. The only way out was to disperse the white light. Under normal circumstances, he could not do that. At this moment, even if the 9 ghostly sage was just a phantom, he was still not someone he could deal with. However, he had the firmament sword, a 3-star heavenly sacred treasure. Although he could not fully utilize the power of the firmament sword, it was also impossible for others to destroy the firmament sword. If he used the firmament sword to block the white light, he would definitely be able to bring out the true power of the firmament sword. Without much hesitation, Yi Chen turned and slashed at the white light. In that instant, Yi Chen and the white light froze. In the next instant, the white light twisted and dissipated, and Yi Chen was also sent flying. Along the way, space-time distorted, and his entire person disappeared without a trace. Heavenly sacred treasure. The 9 ghostly sage's expression was ugly. Heavenly sacred treasures contained unimaginable power. Forcefully attacking a heavenly sacred treasure would only cause the heavenly sacred treasure to retaliate. The next time you come to hell, I will definitely catch you. The huge face blurred and gradually disappeared. From the depths of the sky river, a figure shot out. It was Yi Chen. After becoming a paragon, Yi Chen did not need to enter hell through any special entrance. He only needed to dive deep into the sky river and break through the barrier to enter hell. Of course, this way, he would not be able to determine where he would enter hell. He would appear at random places. That was close. Is this the power of a ghostly sage? Yi Chen had never fought with a demigod or ghostly sage before. This was the first time. Facing the phantom of the 9 ghostly sage, Yi Chen felt as if his soul had been blinded. If not for the space-time movement technique, heaven and earth roam, which contained the charm of turning the impossible into the possible, Yi Chen would not have had the slightest chance of escaping the other party's control. It will be difficult to enter hell next time. Yi Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was not a good thing to be remembered by a ghostly sage. Originally, he could have collected some treasures unique to hell, but now forget it. He would think about it later. Chapter 1408. For the next 1,000 years, Yi Chen didn't step into hell. He was waiting for the 3-sword intense to advance to the 9th level. At that time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He might not be able to fight against a demigod, but a demigod wouldn't be able to kill him easily. This wait lasted for another 500 years. On this day, in the sky above the 9 revolution star, Sword Chi soared into the sky, and the 3-sword intense appeared. They were the immortal and indestructible white immortal sword intent, the destructive black destruction sword intent, and the radiant sword intent that radiated boundless light. As soon as the three sword intents appeared, the surrounding dozens to hundreds of light years fell into an extreme silence. For a moment, no one could even feel the existence of the laws of the heavenly Tao. What a terrifying sword intent! All the Supremes looked at the Tianqian continent where Yi Chen was. Ninth level sword intent. Heavenly Sovereign Juyang's eyes widened. After becoming a supremacy, everyone's martial intent would be stuck at the peak of the 8th level. Only after becoming a demigod would they be able to raise their martial intent to the 9th level. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a 9th level spirit body and 9th level domain couldn't compare to a 9th level martial intent. If the spirit body was like a home, the 9th level domain was like a border defense, and the martial intent was like a commander, like a king that controlled everything. 3 9th level sword intents? How is this possible? Supreme Skyhook was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. He had never been so shocked in his life. At this moment, all the Supremes finally understood how terrifying Yi Chen was. Possessing one supreme sword intent was already enough to make him a genius among geniuses. But Yi Chen had 3, immortal, destruction, and radiant, with 3 supreme sword intents gathered in one body, who in the same generation could compete with him. Unprecedented since ancient times. Sword Saint Bai Ji let out a deep breath. Even if Yi Chen's sword intent had reached the 9th level, it wouldn't be able to compete with him. His sword intent had already reached the mid-stage of the 9th level, but it wasn't a supreme sword intent. Instead, it was an extreme sword intent that was equivalent to the slaughter sword intent. This is rank 9 sword intent. As his sword intent had just broken through, Yi Chen was still unable to fully control it. Strands of sword intent spread out. There was the immortal sword intent, the destruction sword intent, and the light sword intent. The 3 great sword intents didn't interfere with each other. Wherever the sword intent went, a large amount of soil would turn into earthen yellow swords. A large amount of air would condense together, turning into swords of air, and a large amount of light would condense into swords of light. In this world, as long as anything came into contact with Yi Chen's sword intent, it would all be turned into swords. And Yi Chen didn't even have to think about it. I see. Yi Chen finally understood how Sword Saint Bai Ji had managed to turn a planet into a sword. It was the effect of sword intent. Above the 9th level was the true God will and the universe will. True God will and the universe will were omnipotent. Although the 9th level was far from it, it still had unfathomable abilities. Gradually, the scattered sword intent was retracted. In Yi Chen's soul ocean, the 3 great sword souls were lined up side by side. The destruction sword soul was so black that it didn't have any form. The immortal sword soul was like a white crystal that would last forever. The light sword soul was a sword soul formed from endless light, billions of times more dazzling than the sun. The light it emitted didn't have any impurities and was pure and dreamy. HM, the sword intent is tempering the soul. Suddenly, Yi Chen discovered a shocking scene. In his soul ocean, the immortal sword intent first shone with a white light, sweeping through the soul ocean again and again. As the immortal sword intent swept through, Yi Chen found that the purity of his soul ocean was getting higher and higher. It was like a liquid made of melted crystal. 1 month passed, and the strength of Yi Chen's soul had increased by more than 100 times. It was like he had eaten a great tonic. In the 2nd month, the destruction sword intent continued to sweep through the soul ocean. If the immortal sword intent was said to be increasing the soul's strength, then the destruction sword intent was said to be clearing out the impurities in the soul. If the impurities merged with the soul, then the destruction sword intent would directly destroy a small part of the soul, as if it was removing a tumor. Finally, It was the light sword intent turned to sweep through the soul ocean. The light sword intent was the most gentle. When the light sword intent swept through, the soul ocean seemed to be bathed in sunlight, becoming lively and active. 1 year passed, and Yi Chen's soul ocean turned from silver to gold. If the gold Yuan spirit was equivalent to the eternal Yuan spirit, then the gold soul could also be called the eternal soul. This was the soul that only demigods had, and ordinary beginner demigods might not even be as pure as Yi Chen's soul. With the current strength of my soul, I'm afraid even a demigod wouldn't be able to kill me with his soul. After becoming an honorable, soul attacks and will attacks were usually supplementary. In a battle of the same level, soul attacks and will attacks could at most affect the opponent. It was basically impossible to destroy the opponent's soul. However, existences 1 level higher would be able to destroy the opponent's soul. The most frightening thing was that after ones will reach the 9th level, the combination of soul attacks and will attacks was incomparably terrifying. It was equivalent to a double attack, and it was impossible to defend against it. Back in Hell, when Yi Chen attacked the Een Dragon Mountain's protective array, he was attacked with the will of the 9 Een Ghostly Sage. If not for the fact that it was not the 9 Een Ghostly Sage's true body and that Yi Chen had the Netherworld Divine Eye, perhaps Yi Chen's soul would have been destroyed and he would have died on the spot. It was fine if one's soul attacks and will attacks were not strong, but one's soul defense must be strong. Any weakness could bring about a fatal disaster. Golden soul, such a clear mind. In an instant, countless sparks flashed above Yi Chen's sea of soul. These were intelligent electric currents, sparks of thoughts. The stronger the sparks of wisdom, the stronger the calculation and comprehension ability. The golden soul gave Yi Chen the comprehension and learning ability of a demigod. It was not as simple as strengthening his soul. The heavens are really helping me. Yi Chen couldn't help but shout. Originally, he was a little depressed. He clearly knew where the golden supremacy was, but he couldn't save him. Seeing that the deadline to enter the primal chaos battlefield was approaching, Yi Chen was actually very anxious. Now, all the problems were easily solved. Given a period of time, Yi Chen was confident that he could raise his strength to a new level. At that time, together with the 3-star heavenly sacred treasure, the firmament sword, he should be able to fight against the 9 Een Ghostly Sage. Another 1,500 years passed. There were still 15,000 years until the primal chaos battlefield. Based on the Netherworld Divine Eye, Yi Chen created a secret technique that attacked the soul and will, the Sword of Hell. The Sword of Hell contained a soul attack and will attack. The will attack was divided into 2 parts. One was the destructive sword will, and the other was the will of hell. When the 3 were combined, the killing power was abnormally shocking. It was not an exaggeration to say that no one below the demigod level could block the Sword of Hell, unless the opponent's soul was a golden soul. Update tomorrow. My nephew is going overseas. He went to Nantung for 3 days and just returned. Update tomorrow. Sorry. Chapter 1409. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen entered Hell once again. The reason why he dared to enter Hell was not because he had the confidence to fight against the 9 Een Ghostly Sage. That was basically impossible. The 9 Een Ghostly Sage was much stronger than the average Ghostly Sage, and was born and bred in Hell. Even though Yi Chen's sword, will, and soul had improved by leaps and bounds, he was still no match for the 9 Een Ghostly Sage. He was only confident that he could escape from the 9 Een Ghostly Sage. The Golden Soul allowed him to better utilize the mysteries of space-time ultimacy, and the 3 Tier 9 sword wills increased his survivability. As for the Sword of Hell, it was his trump card. It was the only trump card that could threaten demigods or ghostly sages. Yi Chen's luck was not bad. The 9 Een Ghostly Sage had not returned yet. Perhaps he did not think that Yi Chen would dare to enter Hell again, and was in no hurry to return. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Sword Venerable Green Lotus, you are courting death. The three-een ghostly lord looked at Yi Chun in disbelief. He knew that the Een Dragon Mountain was protected by the power of the 9-een ghostly lord, and still dared to come again. He was crazy and reckless. Three-een ghostly lord, we meet again. Activating the underworld divine eye, Yi Chun saw that the golden supremacy was still in Een Dragon Mountain. He heaved a sigh of relief and greeted him. Sword Venerable Green Lotus, let's see how you escape from hell this time. The three-een ghostly lord did not come out, but stayed in the ghostly temple. After rescuing the golden supremacy, I will naturally leave hell. Open. Unsheathing the firmament sword, Yi Chun slashed at the Een Dragon Mountain with a heavy sword style. The heavy sword light was like a divine light that could split the heavens and earth, unstoppable and unstoppable. Rumble. The protective array of Een Dragon Mountain shook violently, and then a giant face appeared. The giant face was filled with rage. Since you are here, don't leave. Two gloomy rays of light shot out from the eyes of the giant face and shot towards Yi Chun. How could Yi Chun not see that this eerie light was condensed from the power of ghosts? Ghosts were the product of the soul and the will of hell. They were formless and incorporeal. They were more mysterious and stronger than soul power. Ordinary attacks were unable to injure ghosts, just like how ordinary attacks were unable to injure souls. Below the ghost monarch rank, all ghosts were condensed from the power of ghosts. They had form, but no substance. After becoming a ghost monarch, they would begin to condense a ghost body, which was equivalent to the body of a life form in the outside world. However, the ghost body was actually a variation of the power of ghosts. The eerie light flashed and disappeared into Yi Chun's soul sea. In that instant, tens of thousands of ghosts held above Yi Chun's soul sea. If it were an ordinary supremacy, his soul sea would definitely be devoured cleanly, leaving nothing behind. But Yi Chun was no ordinary supremacy. The golden soul sea rippled, and the thousands of ghosts found it difficult to swallow. At the same time, the three sword spirits were enraged, releasing a terrifying storm of sword that swept towards the thousands of ghosts. Like spring snow meeting the blazing sun, the thousands of ghosts melted away. Under the assault of the three great sword wills, the ghost power of the ghostly sage could not hold out for long. What? Golden Soul 9th tier sword will? Because he had not paid enough attention to Yi Chun. The ghost power that the 9-een ghostly sage had released contained a sliver of consciousness. As the ghost power was melted away, this sliver of consciousness also collapsed, blurring the giant face. But it also let him know the changes in Yi Chun's soul sea. The ghost power could not do anything to Yi Chun. The giant face on the protective array broke away, taking on the appearance of the 9-een ghostly sage. Very good. No wonder you dare to step into hell again. The 9-een ghost sage was a skinny, cold-looking middle-aged man. He wore a black cloak, which did not have a specific shape. It looked like black ink that stretched out endlessly. However, Yi Chun, who had the underworld saint eye, squinted his eyes. From this black cloak, he could feel a trace of fear. This feeling was like seeing a sky saint weapon. If Yi Chun had guessed correctly, the black cloak should be a heavenly ghost treasure. Of course, it was not the real body. The real body was definitely with the 9-een ghostly sage, and the 9-een ghostly sage and the black cloak were both illusions. 9-een ghostly sage, I have no intention of becoming enemies with you. I only hope that you can release the golden supremacy of Een Dragon Mountain. He is no threat to you. Releasing him should not affect you. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yi Chun did not wish to become enemies with the 9-een ghostly sage. Sword Sage Baiji and Demon Sage Jalua would not be willing to offend the 9-een ghostly sage either. Before he became a demigod, or before he could match a demigod, he did not have the right to go against the 9-een ghostly sage. I will naturally release him after 1,000,000 years. You don't have to worry about that. What you should worry about is how you will escape from hell. The 9 ghostly sage stared coldly at Yi Chen. Pardon me. Against the 9 ghostly sage's real body, Yi Chen did not have much confidence. Against the 9 ghostly sage's illusions, Yi Chen still had some confidence. The hell sword was not just for show. Wielding the firmament sword, Yi Chen used the black hole stance to kill the 9 ghostly sage. His space-time ultimacy was perfected, and the black hole stance's power was not inferior to the heavy sword stance. The 9 ghostly sage laughed coldly. He grabbed with his hand, and the black hole stance shattered. The 9 black holes dissipated before they could form. A ghostly lord had the power of a ghostly lord, and a ghostly sage had the power of a ghostly sage. Whether it was the power of a ghostly lord or the power of a ghostly sage, they were both a combination of the power of a ghostly spirit and the power of a ghostly body. Go! After breaking Yi Chen's sword technique with one move, the 9 ghostly sage waved his right hand, and a large amount of white light shot towards Yi Chen. Bone-piercing nail, one of the 9 ghostly sage's ultimate moves. Ding, 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 ding. There were too many bone-piercing spikes, and Yi Chen could not completely seal them all. After all, to seal the bone-piercing spikes, the real body of the firmament sword had to be used. The illusions formed by the firmament sword could not block the bone-piercing spikes at all. They could only block 1% of the bone-piercing spikes. The remaining bone-piercing spikes all landed on Yi Chen's body. However, to everyone's surprise, the power of the bone-piercing spikes did not penetrate Yi Chen's body. Besides his Tier 9 sword will, the Golden Soul, and the Hell Sword, Yi Chen dared to come to hell. He also had something to rely on, his immortal sword body. The immortal sword will had broken through to the Tier 9 level, and Yi Chen's immortal sword body had reached the 16th level. It was enough to block an attack from a quasi-demigod. Coupled with the black tortoise sacred armor, even a beginner demigod could not do anything to Yi Chen. The 9 ghostly sage before him was just an illusion, and naturally could not break through Yi Chen's defenses and directly attack Yi Chen's martial Tao, primordial spirit. What a surprise to combine a Tier 9 immortal sword will with a body refining technique. The 9 ghostly sage was surprised once again. The bone-piercing spikes were specialized in attacking one's primordial spirit, and to a certain extent could ignore defenses. However, this was only to a certain extent. Yi Chen's immortal sword body contained the Tier 9 immortal sword will, and with the protection of the immortal sword will, it was extremely difficult for the bone-piercing spikes to penetrate his defenses. It could be said that Yi Chen's immortal sword body was almost flawless. It could block normal attacks, and it could also block attacks from nothingness. However, this was also because Yi Chen had the immortal sword will, and other sword wills could not do the job. Chapter 1410. Yellow Spring's Finger. As one of the 10 sages of hell, the 9 ghostly sage had many tricks up his sleeves. The bone-piercing nail was only one of his ultimate moves. In comparison, the Yellow Spring's Finger was even more overbearing and unstoppable. He raised his right index finger, and a dark, cold light gathered. The air was visibly frozen, and the cold air exploded, spreading towards Yi Chen. The power of the 9 underworld frost. Yi Chen was shocked. The 9 underworld frost and hellish fire were the most terrifying things in hell. Both were split into 9 grades, and anyone who could refine a high-grade 9 underworld frost or hellish fire could use it as their trump card. From this unique cold air, the 9 ghostly sage's Yellow Spring's Finger had clearly refined a high-grade 9 underworld frost. The cold air grew endlessly in his body, forming a source. Combined with the 9 ghostly sage's ghostly sage power, it was unimaginably terrifying. Not daring to let the Yellow Spring's Finger touch his body directly, Yi Chen roared, activating the true defensive power of the Xian Wu divine armor. Dark underworld sky. A phantom of a Xian Wu formed, enveloping Yi Chen. In the next instant, the Yellow Spring's finger landed on it, freezing the phantom of the Xianwu into a block of ice. However, Yi Qin was not affected. A heavenly sage treasure armor? The 9-yin ghostly sage frowned. It was already extremely lucky for a legendary figure to have a heavenly sage treasure. This kid actually had two, one for offense and one for defense. It was perfect. Forget it, I'll take him down first. Although he could not hurt Yi Qin, it did not mean that the 9-yin ghostly sage could not capture Yi Qin. The two were not the same. Heaven and earth shrouding. 9-yin ghostly hand. The 9-yin ghostly sage soared into the sky, the cloak on his back expanding into a sky full of black clouds. Before Yi Qin could react, he had been enveloped. Although this cloak was only a phantom of a heavenly ghost treasure, it was activated by the 9-yin ghostly sage's ghostly sage power. Its power was maximized, unlike Yi Qin, who could not bring out the true power of the firmament sword and the Xianwu divine armor. Enveloped in the black cloud of the cloak, Yi Qin felt his spirit being blinded, unable to sense the existence of time. Then, a pale, ghostly hand grew larger and larger, reaching out with unavoidable speed. Radiant sword will break for me. In the face of desperation, Yi Qin was calm. In his spirit sea, the radiant sword's spirit vibrated violently. Then, a dazzling but not blinding light spread out from Yi Qin. The radiant sword was open and upright, although it was not as indestructible as the immortal sword will, nor did it have the killing power of the destruction sword will. With it, light was everywhere. Under the assault of the radiant sword will, cracks appeared in the impenetrable black clouds. The radiant sword will leaked out through the cracks, allowing Yi Qin to sense the time and space outside. Heaven and earth roam. There was no time to lose. Yi Qin used the heaven and earth roam movement technique and escaped through the cracks in the black clouds. In the instant that he escaped from the black clouds, Yi Qin activated his trump card, the Sword of Hell. A blood-red sword shadow shot out from Yi Qin's right eye. This blood-red sword shadow was a combination of the will of hell, the destruction sword will, and the golden soul power. Each of these three was not to be underestimated. Even the creator, Yi Qin, did not know how strong their combined power was. After all, there was no suitable test subject. Pooh! The blood-red sword shadow sank into the 9-yin ghostly sage's head. Arg! A scream rang out, and the 9-yin ghostly sage's 7 orifices spewed out thick, blood-red smoke like a wriggling snake. His eyes, in particular, shot out 2 beams of blood-red light. His aura grew weaker and weaker, until even his body became blurry, no longer as clear as before. Yi Qin had completely underestimated the power of the Sword of Hell. Whether it was the golden soul power or the Tier 9 destruction sword, well, they were both abilities of a demigod. They should have been able to injure a beginner demigod, let alone the illusion of the 9-yin ghostly sage. It works. Yi Qin's eyebrows twitched, and 2 blood-red sword shadows shot out from his right eye. As the 2 blood-red sword shadows shot out, more than half of Yi Qin's golden soul sea disappeared. One more, and the entire golden soul sea would dry up. These 2 blood-red sword shadows were very effective. The 9-yin ghostly sages had exploded, and his body dissipated. The black cape on his back also disappeared into the void, vanishing. Impossible! 3-yin ghostly lord was dumbfounded. He could not imagine that Yi Qin had actually defeated the illusion of Lord 9-yin. He knew very well how strong Lord 9-yin was. Everyone in hell knew that. Although the strength of his illusion was far from the real body, it still had many tricks up its sleeves. Break! Without further ado, Yi Qin held the firmament sword and slashed open the Yin Dragon Mountain's defensive great array. In the next moment, countless demonic beasts and ghosts rushed out. Yi Qin made a grabbing motion, grabbing the bewildered gold sovereign. His figure flickered, distorting the space-time and disappearing without a trace. There were too many demons and ghosts imprisoned in Een Dragon Mountain. Faced with such a situation, 3 Een Ghostly Lord did not dare to leave the ghostly temple. He was afraid that the moment he did, he would be devoured cleanly by these demons and ghosts, leaving not a single drop behind. Humph! But at this moment a cold snort rang out, and space and time suddenly froze. In the next instant, an endless black cape spread out, enveloping the fleeing demons and ghosts. No matter how much the legendary ghostly lords howled, it was useless. They could not resist the power of the heavenly ghost treasure. The black cape gradually shrank, draping itself over the body of a cold, middle-aged man. It was 9 Een Ghostly Sage. This was a projection of 9 Een Ghostly Sage. It was even stronger than the previous illusion, and it was not an exaggeration to call this projection the real ghostly sage. The black cape flapped without any wind. Large numbers of demons and ghosts were once again imprisoned in Een Dragon Mountain, and the protective array was activated once more. With the power of the ghostly sage, it was even sturdier than before. Lord 9 Een. 3 Een Ghostly Lord and the other ghostly lords rushed out of the ghostly temple, kneeling on one knee. 9 Een Ghostly Sage looked in the direction that Yi Chen had left, his face cold. When Yi Chen had used the crimson sword shadow, he had already pierced through space and time, sending his own power over. But he had still been a step too slow. Seal the news. Besides you, if anyone else knows about this, you will be held responsible. 9 Een Ghostly Sage was still very prideful, and did not want others to know about this. Yes, 3 Een Ghostly Lord shuddered. He knew very well that if news got out, it would damage Lord 9 Yin's reputation, and he would not have a good ending. After 9 Een Ghostly Sage left, 3 Een Ghostly Lord heaved a sigh of relief. Then, as if recalling something, he turned and barked to his ghostly lords. All of you remember this. If anyone spreads word of what happened today, I will make him beg for death. Don't worry, Lord. We will not risk our lives. 3 Een Ghostly Lord nodded. That was true. Even if these ghostly lords were not afraid of him, they should be afraid of Lord 9 Yin's harsh punishment. He had nothing to worry about. Thinking up to this point, Yi Chen's figure involuntarily flashed through his mind. What an audacious person, even making Lord 9 Een suffer a loss. Chapter 14:11. You are. Above the Milky Way, the Golden Supreme looked at Yi Chen blankly. The other party's strength shocked him. But why did the other party save him? He did not remember the Human Race Alliance having such a powerful Supreme, nor did he remember knowing or having a relationship with such a Supreme. Everything was too sudden. I am. Yi Chen introduced his identity in detail, not leaving out a single detail. After listening to Yi Chen's introduction, the Golden Supreme's jaw dropped, and he could not close it for a long time. The other party was his future son-in-law. That was too much of a monster. Had he been imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years? This was the only reasonable explanation. But the Golden Supreme did not think that his sense of time was so weak that he did not even know how much time had passed. How is my daughter doing? The Golden Supreme asked eagerly. Very good. Yi Chen nodded. Just thinking about you. Is that so? Seems like she has already remembered her childhood. The Golden Supreme sighed. I did not expect things to develop to this point. After so many years, I have also woken up. Since I have become a ghostly lord, it is a new life, a new person. Forcefully interfering will only cause me to bleed. Obviously, the Golden Supreme was referring to Red Lotus, ghostly lord. Uncle, I heard that ghostly lords can also recover the memories of their past lives, Yi Chen said. The Golden Supreme laughed bitterly. Legends can, but that is a legend after all, and the requirements are too harsh. One needs to find a stone of 3 lives and drink a mouthful of the spring of the past to recover their memories. The stone of 3 lives is very rare, even in hell. Among the 10 sages of hell, Heaven Slayer, Ghostly Sage, and Phoenix, Ghostly Sage, each have one. The spring of the past is one of the 9 springs of hell, and ordinary people cannot find it at all because it exists in the past. One needs to reverse time in the correct area to find the spring of the past. So troublesome? Yi Qin frowned. If he guessed correctly, the Heaven Butcher, Ghost Sage, should have been the supreme of the demons or a demigod in his previous life, and only became the Hell Ghost Sage later on. If he wanted to borrow the stone of 3 lives from him, it would be good enough if he could come back alive, let alone borrow it. As for the Phoenix Ghost Sage, this was a breakthrough point. After all, he was one of the ancestors of the Phoenix clan. Since he had the stone of 3 lives, he might have the memories of his previous life, so he might be able to borrow the stone of 3 lives. As for the spring of the past, it was quite troublesome. There were a total of 9 springs in the infernal realm, and each of them existed only in legends. The spring of the past came from the past, and not just anyone could see it. Yi Chen was not confident that he could find it. Of course, the most troublesome thing was still the 9 Ghostly Sage. Even if he could find the stone of 3 lives and the spring water of the past, it would be useless if he could not come into contact with Red Lotus, Ghostly Lord. Yi Qin had already witnessed the strength of the 9 Ghostly Sage. It was no exaggeration to say that even 100 of him would not be a match for the 9 Ghostly Sage's true body. The difference in strength was too great. After leaving the Sky River, Yi Chen and the Golden Supreme Martial Artist returned to the 4 vital star domains. The moment she saw the Golden Supreme Martial Artist, Su Jing teared up and hugged him. Before she was 10 years old, she had a happy family. One day, her mother passed away. Her father stood there in a daze for a few days, then sealed her up and sent her to a foreign world. She had been in a deep sleep until she woke up. Although she was fortunate enough to meet Yi Qin, the sorrow in the depths of her heart could not be erased. "Daughter, I'm sorry." The Golden Supreme Martial Artist felt that he was very selfish. For the sake of his wife, he had given up his daughter. He was not fit to be a father. "I don't blame you." Su Jing had already found out the cause of the matter from Yi Qin. "Yi Qin, from now on my daughter is in your hands. You must not let her down or else you will disappoint me." The Golden Supreme Martial Artist had wanted to say that he would not forgive him, but after thinking about Yi Chen's strength, he decided not to. He was only a super supreme martial artist, and could not compare to the future son-in-law of a legendary supreme martial artist. "Don't worry, uncle." Yi Chen nodded. After solving the problem, Su Jing finally became a supreme martial artist after 3,000 years. As a golden dragon, Su Jing, who had become a supreme martial artist, was many times stronger than ordinary supreme martial artists. She was a powerful supreme martial artist from the start. The Golden Supreme Martial Artist also taught Su Jing his strongest body-refining martial art, the Golden Battle Body. Although the Golden Battle Body was not as good as the Golden Body 9 Revolutions, the Golden Supreme Martial Artist had already cultivated the Golden Battle Body to the highest realm, enough to withstand the attack of a mid-level legendary Supreme Martial Artist, even better than the Golden Buddha Supreme Martial Artist. With his guidance, Su Jing's Golden Battle Body improved by leaps and bounds. 1,000 years later, she reached the peak of the 5th level of the Golden Battle Body, while the Golden Battle Body was only at the 6th level. Murong Qingqing was not willing to fall behind. 1,000 years later, she also became a supreme martial artist. At this time, there were only 10,000 years left before entering the primal chaos battlefield. "I'll go and ask for a body-refining martial art for you." Murong Qingqing was equivalent to half a dark demon. Yi Chen planned to ask for the cultivation method of the dark demon body from the 6-winged supreme martial artist. "How do you want it?" Murong Qingqing asked. "I have my own ways." Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. 30 years later, on a planet in the demon domain. That detestable soared Venerable Green Lotus, the six-winged supreme martial artist, was furious. This soared Venerable Green Lotus was too shameless. He actually dared to come to the demon domain alone and force him to hand over the cultivation method of the dark demon body. Humph! When the first demon, Venerable, successfully cultivates the demon king golden body, you will suffer. Apart from the demon tyrant body, the demons had an even stronger body-refining martial art, the demon king golden body. This body-refining martial art could only be cultivated by the great demon king bloodline. It was said that when cultivated to the highest realm, even a demigod would be helpless against it. Moreover, it could stimulate the dark power in the great demon king bloodline and help the first demon, Venerable, master the law of darkness. Hell's Time Mountain. Ghost Sage Tu Tian was a white-haired, majestic old man. Together with him was the first demon, Venerable, with the great demon king bloodline. Time Mountain. The power of time is especially turbulent. While we are talking, it might have already been 10 or 100 years. If I'm not wrong, the future spring must be hidden in the future space-time of Time Mountain. Hell had 9 springs, and the future spring was one of them. Is the future spring really so magical? The first demon, Venerable, asked. Ghost Sage Tu Tian said, "It will only be more magical than what I said. However, you must remember that risk and wealth always go hand in hand. The flow of time in the future spring is thousands of times faster than that of Time Mountain. Perhaps you will die of old age in the future spring." It doesn't matter. If I die of old age in there, it proves that I am nothing more than this. The first demon, Venerable, said, "All right, I hope you can come back alive. Be careful. I want to speed up the flow of time and find the future spring." Ghost Sage Tu Tian roared, and the power of time and space around him surged. It was not much inferior to the power of time of the Mountain of Time. In the next moment, the space around the two changed unpredictably. Sometimes there was no one, sometimes there were several ghost lords fighting, and sometimes there was a temple. After an unknown period of time, a meandering spring appeared in the Mountain of Time. It flowed and gushed. Listening to the sound, one could not help but be intoxicated. "Go in," Ghost Sage Tu Tian hurriedly said. The first demon, Venerable, nodded and flew towards the spring. With a splash, the first demon Venerable's figure sank into the spring. Seeing this, Ghost Sage Tu Tian dispersed his Ghost Sage power. The surrounding space-time rebounded until it returned to its original state. Chapter 1412. The dark demonic body was extremely mysterious. Seriously speaking, it was not the same type of body-refining technique as the Golden Body 9 transformations and the Golden Battle Body. This body-refining technique only had 3 levels. The first level was very ordinary. At the second level, there would be an additional pair of wings on the back. At the third level, there would be another pair of wings. This was also why the 6-winged supremacy had 3 pairs of wings on her back. It was because she had cultivated the dark demonic body to the 3rd level. Once the dark demonic body was completed, her speed would be extremely fast. The 3 pairs of wings on her back naturally contain the power of time and space. After spending 3,000 years, Murong Qingqing had cultivated the dark demonic body to the 2nd level and had an additional pair of wings on her back. As for the 3rd level, if there was no opportunity, she might not be able to break through in 30,000 years. This was something that could not be rushed. There were only 7,000 years left before they entered the chaotic battlefield. The Human Alliance and the Demons Alliance had both added many supremacies. In the Human Alliance, besides Su Jing and Murong Qingqing, there were more than 10 people who had advanced to the supremacy level, such as Dantai Mingyue, the Golden Emperor, and the Green Emperor. In fact, Su Jing and Murong Qingqing had become supremacies later than them. However, in terms of the speed of improvement, these people naturally could not compare with Su Jing and Murong Qingqing. After all, the one standing behind them was Yi Qin. Back then, Yi Qin had benefited a lot from the Black Wind Stream and obtained countless demon knowledge. It was no exaggeration to say that this was more useful than the inheritance of the supremacy of the three realms. Without this demon knowledge, Yi Qin's foundation was ultimately limited. Without this foundation, it would be difficult for Yi Qin to compete with the first demon lord with the great demon king bloodline, let alone suppress the other party. With countless demonic knowledge, Yi Qin was naturally very skilled in teaching Su Jing and Morong Qingqing. In just a few thousand years, the two's martial primordial spirits had reached the critical point, and they were only one step away from breaking through to the bronze level. However, Yi Qin did not hide anything. Occasionally, he would give some pointers to some of the newly promoted supremes. As for whether they could upgrade their martial way primordial spirit to the bronze level before entering the chaos battlefield, that would depend on their own luck. In fact, Yi Qin did not wish for all the supremes of the Human Race Alliance to enter the chaos battlefield. After all, if that happened, how could the Human Race Alliance contend against the Demons Alliance without any supremes? Of course, regarding this point, Yi Qin was not very worried. If the Bronze Yuan spirit was so easy to cultivate, it wouldn't be the Bronze Yuan spirit. Back then, in order to cultivate the Bronze Yuan spirit, he had paid a huge price. If it wasn't for the help of the will of the desolate god, it was unknown whether he would still be alive. Don't expose these 4 Sky Saint artifacts unless it's a last resort. Normally, you can just use the Earth Saint artifacts. Su Jing and Morong Qingqing had become supremes one after another. Yi Qin had taken out 4 Sky Saint artifacts for them at once. 2 Sky Saint artifact armors and 2 Sky Saint artifact weapons. Although they were all 1 star, it still stunned Su Jing and Morong Qingqing for a long time. In the entire universe, not to mention Sky Saint artifacts, even Earth Saint artifacts were extremely rare. It was unexpected that Yi Qin could take out 4 Sky Saint artifacts at once. Could it be that Yi Qin had obtained a Saint artifact treasure trove outside? This is my harvest from the desolate God continent. Yi Qin hadn't told the two about this yet. He wanted to give them a surprise. One had to know that there was a huge difference between having and not having a Saint artifact. Without a Saint artifact, the two of them were only at the peak of Supremes. On the other hand, with an Earth Saint artifact, the two of them were at the level of Supremes. With a Sky Saint artifact, the two of them could walk unhindered among the Supremes. Ordinary Supremes wouldn't be able to do anything to them. This was the terror of a Sky Saint artifact. It could instantly increase one's strength by 1,000,000 times. Recently, Yi Qin didn't know what was going on. His brows were constantly twitching. After thinking about it, Yi Qin felt that this should be a warning sign. The first demon sovereign hadn't appeared for a long time. With his personality and bloodline, it was impossible for him to be unknown. He was probably accumulating his strength in the dark. Although Yi Qin's improvement was fast, the bloodline of a great demon king wasn't an ordinary person. Yi Qin's only shortcoming was his Yuan spirit. Yi Qin felt that it was necessary for him to improve his Yuan spirit to the silver intermediate rank. The heavenly river was vast and boundless. Ever since he became a sovereign, Yi Qin hadn't seriously explored the heavenly river. Instead, he went ahead many times. With his space-time ultimacy, Yi Qin could see many more things on the heavenly river. The entire sky above the heavenly river was like countless space-time layers stacked together. If he wasn't careful, he might be far away from his original position. There are countless treasures on the heavenly river, waiting for the fated one. I wonder how my luck is this time. Yi Qin felt that his luck had always been good. However, there were also times when he wasn't lucky. It was impossible to say that he would be lucky every time. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qin had already been in the heavenly river for over 100 years. During this period, he found many treasures. However, none of them caught his eye. On this day, Yi Chen felt a heat wave from afar. Heat wave! Yi Chen was very curious. The space-time above the heavenly river overlapped. It was almost impossible to transmit heat over from afar. Even if legendary supremes were to fight here, they wouldn't be able to transmit their energy far. Let's go and take a look. Following the source of the heat wave, Yi Chen rushed over. After a short while, Yi Chen saw a volcanic island. It was a huge volcanic island. Above the volcanic island, fiery clouds filled the sky. The scarlet light caused the water of the heavenly river to turn red. It was as if magma was flowing there. Rumble. There was only one volcano on the volcanic island. The volcano trembled, and a scarlet pillar of fire soared into the sky, spewing into the depths of the fiery clouds. A terrifying heat wave spread out, as if it was the end of the world. It's Mount Doomsday. Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Mount Doomsday would usually contain extremely precious fire tribute, heavenly treasures. The older the Mount Doomsday, the better the fire attribute, heavenly treasures. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen flew toward Mount Doomsday. Mount Doomsday was really too big. It was tens of billions of miles tall and had a diameter of hundreds of billions of miles. Only the mouth of the volcano was very small, only about 50 million miles wide. Roar! As soon as he arrived at the mouth of the volcano, Yi Chen was attacked by a fire monster. This was a fire monster that looked like a dragon, but wasn't a dragon. It looked like a bat, but wasn't a bat. It was a ferocious beast unique to Mount Doomsday, Doomsday Fire Beast. It was said that even the weakest Doomsday Fire Beast had the strength of a super supreme being. Yi Chen felt that the records weren't fake. This Doomsday Fire Beast in front of him had the strength of a super supreme being. It was extremely ferocious. Ignoring the other party, Yi Chen's figure flashed and flew toward the interior of Mount Doomsday. The Doomsday Fire Beast was enraged. It roared, and a scarlet sound wave spread out. In the next moment, a large number of Doomsday Fire Beasts surged out from the interior of the volcano like a tide. However, Yi Chen's defense was too strong. He charged around as if there was no one around. These Doomsday Fire Beasts couldn't even stop him for a moment. Mount Doomsday would only erupt once in a very long time. Yi Chen slowly landed at the bottom of the volcano. He looked around and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The entire bottom of the volcano was actually filled with spirit energy, fire crystals. Spirit energy fire crystals could temper spirit bodies. There were 4 grades: elementary, intermediate, high, and peak. Elementary spirit energy fire crystals were for rank 1 and 2 spirit bodies. Intermediate spirit energy fire crystals were for rank 3 and 4 spirit bodies. High spirit energy fire crystals were for rank 5 and 6 spirit bodies, and peak spirit energy fire crystals were for rank 7 and 8 spirit bodies. A long time ago, Yi Chen had seen many spirit energy fire crystals in an old planet in the Black Tortoise Ruins. However, most of them were elementary, intermediate, and few were high. Chapter 1413. Casually collecting some top-grade fire crystals, Yi Chen walked toward the magma lake in the center. The temperature of the magma lake was extremely high, and lava would spurt out from time to time. Yi Chen squinted his eyes as he sensed the aura of the fire laws. He inwardly speculated that if one were to be hit by a lava flow, even a legend rank sovereign would fall. They would only be able to protect themselves if they had a Sky Saint artifact armor. Due to the high temperature, the space above the magma lake was extremely distorted. Yi Chen's vision could only penetrate millions of miles, and the diameter of the entire magma lake was billions of miles. Frowning, Yi Chen took a deep breath and flew toward the depths of the magma lake. It's so hot. Above the magma lake, the heat was monstrous. Yi Chen felt that even time and space were hot. There were almost no other heavenly Tao laws here, only the violent law of fire. Not daring to be careless, Yi Chen pulled out the firmament sword and flew carefully. There was no pattern to the eruption of magma. The entire magma lake surged with waves, seeming as if it would erupt at any moment. Flying above the magma lake, Yi Chen not only had to avoid the magma, but he also had to carefully observe the undulations of the magma lake. As soon as something went wrong, he would immediately retreat. After all, he didn't dare to be certain that the black tortoise saint armor could withstand the might of the eruption. Boom! The deeper he went into the magma lake, the more lava surged into the sky. Dozens of lava flows interweaved into a net and covered Yi Chen. Holding the firmament sword tightly, Yi Chen blasted out the black hole stance. The next moment, the black hole was destroyed, and the lava flows exploded, turning into a rain of fire. The rain of fire fell on the protective sword energy, enhanced by the black tortoise sacred armor, making sizzling sounds. Small island. Finally, Yi Chen saw a small island several million li away. It was entirely red in color and had a diameter of 100 meters. Any wave of lava would be able to submerge it. At the center of the island, a small tree glowing with a fiery light stood there. There were 3 fist-sized fruits on the tree, and intense flames were bursting out of them. Heavenly demon fire spirit fruit. How many tens of thousands of years would it take? Yi Chen's breathing stagnated. The celestial fiend fire spirit fruit was one of the treasures used to temper the spirit body. The higher the age, the stronger the tempering effect. Normally, a 50,000-year-old celestial fiend fire spirit fruit was rare. This celestial fiend fire spirit fruit tree was at least 100,000 years old. What a pleasant surprise! Originally, Yi Chen planned to look for some heavenly treasures that were beneficial to the martial Dao Yuan spirit. He did not expect to find a sky fiend fire spirit fruit tree. With these 3 sky fiend fire spirit fruits, Yi Chen was confident that he could advance his spirit body to the late stage of the 9th order. This way, his immortal sword body would improve further, and he might even reach the 17th level. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to obtain the sky demon fire spirit fruit. Looking around the island, Yi Chen's expression turned solemn. Normally, heavenly treasures would be guarded by powerful beasts, and the better the treasure, the more terrifying the beast guarding it. This was the opponent's home ground, and the law of fire was very dense here. The opponent could easily fight those at a higher level than him. Let's see what kind of beast is guarding this place. With a burst of speed, Yi Chen flew toward the island. In just a few blinks of an eye, Yi Chen was less than 10,000 li away from the island. At this moment, the magma lake below shook violently, and with a rumble, the sky was filled with magma. A huge beast broke out of the water and flew toward Yi Chen. With a glance, Yi Chen clearly saw the appearance of the beast. It looked exactly like the Doomsday Fire beast, but it did not have wings. If Yi Chen guessed correctly, this should be the Volcano King born from the Doomsday Volcano. The Volcano King was covered in red scales, and there was a pair of flaming horns on its head. The horns clearly contained a faint law of fire. It was not hard to imagine that even a demigod would be seriously injured if they were stabbed by these horns. Fortunately, Yi Chen did not find any law of fire on the Volcano King's teeth or claws. Otherwise, he would have just run away. There was no way he could beat it. The Volcano King's speed was as fast as a flash of fire. Fortunately, Yi Chen's reaction was not slow either. With a wave of the firmament sword, a sword light met the Volcano King. Boom! The shock wave shook, and the Volcano King was sent flying. Yi Chen could not help but sway. Fortunately, it should be a quasi-saint beast. However, the attack from that pair of horns is definitely at the saint beast level. I cannot let it hit me. Yi Chen was most afraid of the pair of horns. Roar! The Volcano King was furious. The horns on its head shone brightly, and 2 flaming spears extended toward Yi Chen. At the same time that Yi Chen dodged one flaming spear, the firmament sword cut the other one. The huge recoil was transmitted from the firmament sword to Yi Chen's right arm, causing Yi Chen's body to shake. The law of fire has been isolated by the firmament sword, but the explosive power caused by the law of fire still exists. Yi Chen felt the blood in his body boil. Passively taking a beating was not a way out. Yi Chen forcefully raised his sword energy and attacked the Volcano King with a heavy sword move. Immediately, the magma lake between the two split open. The incomparably heavy sword light completely locked onto the Volcano King, making it unable to move. As if sensing the power of the sword light, the Volcano King lowered its head, and its horns faced the sword light. Pucci! The sword light shattered, and the Volcano King somersaulted several times in the air. Finally, it slid across the surface of the magma lake for nearly 1,000 miles. Visible cracks could be seen on its forehead. Although the horns had shattered the sword light, the remaining sword light was still powerful and slightly broke through its defense. Chance! Yi Chen's eyes brightened. After a few flashes, he appeared on the Red Island and reached out to pull out the Sky Demon Fire Spirit fruit tree. However, to Yi Chen's surprise, there was actually a small red snake coiled around the tree. Because the fruit tree was shining brightly, Yi Chen did not notice this small snake. Just as Yi Chen's palm reached out, the small snake opened its poisonous fangs and bit at Yi Chen's wrist. At the critical moment, Yi Chen's palm drew an arc, passing by a Sky Demon Fire Spirit fruit tree. Bam! A Sky Demon Fire Spirit fruit tree was suddenly missing. Seeing one less fruit, the red snake was enraged. Its body arched and shot toward Yi Chen. Its speed was so fast that even space and time were distorted. Like a spring that had been pressed to its limit, it suddenly let go. Bang! The red snake looked very small, but its strength was unbelievably great. Yi Chen's whole body flew backward like a flowing light. He flew tens of thousands of miles above the magma lake before he stopped. So scary! Yi Chen had a lingering fear. He felt that this red snake was even scarier than the King of Volcanoes. The King of Volcanoes only had a pair of horns that were more powerful. One Sky Demon Fire Spirit fruit should be enough. Yi Chen did not plan to fight to the death with the King of Volcanoes and the red snake. These two were not to be trifled with. The key was that they had the means to threaten Yi Chen. Rumble! Before Yi Chen could rejoice at the fact that he had obtained a Sky Demon Fire Spirit fruit, the entire magma lake suddenly became violent. This was the sign of an eruption. Run! Yi Chen did not care about anything else. He crazily flew toward the shore of the magma lake. As long as he reached the shore, he could use the black tortoise sacred armor to resist the power of the eruption. However, no matter how fast Yi Chen was, he could not be faster than the speed of the eruption. In the next moment, the entire magma lake disappeared. A pillar of fire as thick as the magma lake shot up into the sky, wrapping Yi Chen in it.